Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Yes, I do. Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to another night of the LPL English broadcast. My name is Rafa. I'm joined once again by my main man, Cubby, my former roommate. I miss you, buddy. It's good to be back on us with some more back-to-back LPL action. 2 series tonight between LGD and EDG, and then later tonight, JDG taking on Top Esports. I want to get into the thick of things, but Cubby, why don't we go ahead and throw up the standings to just remind everyone where we all sit in at the end of week 2.
Yeah, I mean, folks, we got a fun one later on with Top Esports versus JDG, and I start there because Top Esports sitting at the top of our standings. That's Group Ascension. We're going to save the good stuff for later. We're going to start with the other group now, Group Nirvana, and we have seen some good gameplay from EDG, who are also sitting atop that group. We'll be opening up the night against LGD for us tonight.
I'm just telling you right now, guys, if you haven't seen the first 2 weeks of LPL, EDG is looking hot right now, and they're going to continue on that hot streak, hopefully for EDG fans in the chat, as well as everywhere around the world. But to get you all caught up in case you aren't familiar with the rosters that are playing tonight, let's go ahead and start checking out the blue side team. It is LGD taking on EDG for tonight's first series. In the top lane, Sasa, Climber in the jungle, XQW in the mid lane, Savior, who was formerly known as Shaoya in the AD carry role, and YCX at support.
Yeah, and frankly, it's the same roster that LGD started the year with. Of course, Nayo did step in the middle of Split 2 to really help bolster this team throughout their run to try and make playoffs coming out of Group Nirvana, Rafa. But with this return to form, you know, we were pretty excited about this team in Split 1. Just don't feel like some of the members that made a splash in Split 1 have made the same splash in Split 3. Looking for XQW and YCX, who I thought were actually quite good in that opening split. Haven't seen the same out of them in splits since. So definitely looking to see if they can continue to return to form. And to be fair, LGD did have a nice 2-1 victory over LNG. Had to bounce back after a Game 1 loss, and actually had 2 pretty one-sided games in order to do so. So that was good, and yeah, good enough to earn a team dinner. That's what it looks like, Rafa.
Post-celebration team dinners always hit different, you know. Don't let the, the stone-cold faces fool you different. These guys are happy to get a dub on the board now, moving 1-1 in the standings. They're going to have to do a lot more work for the remaining 8 series yet to play in this double round robin for Group Nirvana if they want to have a chance to try and play spoiler to some of the teams in Group Ascend. Would love to look at some of that gameplay that LG was showing in their last series here, Matt, just to give a little bit context of what is going on with this team.
I mean, I thought it was 2 pretty one-sided games in order to bounce back into this series. And for me, it really has been, it feels like at times LGD, their members individually sometimes aren't strong enough to all put together good games at the same time in order to win a game from start to finish. But we have seen Climber get really active early on with XQW, a mid laner who I feel like was at his best when he was able to get out of lane. And that has been, I think, the closest thing to a winning formula we've seen from LGD so far.
And for LGD, I'm still always excited to see how far XQW and YCX in particular can go this season, since this is their first season, their rookie season, after having a very strong performance in the LDL just last year as a core. That is why LGD took a chance on them to give them that shot here in Tier 1 play for the LPL. Now, while you did say they haven't been able to replicate some of that Split 1 magic, some of those looks that we saw where a lot of the potential was clearly evident, EDG is going to be such a tough match for them to demonstrate that here today.
EDG's been really good. It's really funny because looking at this team early on, it just feels like they are the team to beat in Group Nirvana. And, the best thing we can say about them is that we're waiting for them to find an opponent that can match them within the group, and also hoping to see what they can do against some of the Group Ascension squads, because frankly, at the bottom of the group, EDG, even up against weaker competition, have looked far cleaner so far with the gameplay we've seen out of them.
And if you are not familiar with the EDG roster quite yet, or you're not a true EDG fan, well, we got the roster graphic here for you, and to remind you who is rocking on this roster. In the top lane, it is ZDZ, his pretty close friend, his diabolical duo Xiao Hao, been playing together pretty much since 2021. Angel in the mid lane, On in that bottom lane role, as well as Perukia. Cubby, where do you lie? Are you calling him Palkia? Because I've been calling him Palkia because that is what I was told was his intentional IGN, but he was forced to change it because of potential IP issues. I know that it's supposed to be
maybe. I've been told, if I have to really, you know, get under the hood of what the unofficial LPL broadcast has told me here, I have differing answers. So I've been going with Perugia because that's what I was told latest. So thanks for putting us all on the spot there, Rafa. But no, this team, it's been good so far. And Perugia, regardless if it's Palkia or Perugia, he's looked damn good in his first few opening series. Going from being signed to the LDL team to being signed to the LPL team in less than 30 days. It looks like his debut's justified. And I know Aaron behind the scenes at EDG, we've ran a clip of him a few times talking about the opening series that they had that EDG put out. And he's like, hey, we're playing well because this rookie is finding ways to, you know, fit with the team. And you guys are finding ways to fit with this rookie, incorporating him. And it's great so far.
You're spoiling the content. We got that loaded up. Why don't we cue it up right now?
打了这么好多 MVP 了还紧张？
是不是感觉太紧张了？
现在有没有好一点？
现在心还一直跳。
赢下比赛还是
对，心还是会一直跳。
但在比赛里面，我觉得有非常好的一个，可能因为他是新人，或者是他的性格或交流的方式，就是他是一个很有回馈的一个人，这是非常重要的。就哎，收到，那我怎么样做吧？他就有一个跟队友有观点集中完以后，大家有配合。我觉得这是一件很好的一个模式，我希望大家能够继续的保持。我也希望我们其他人，因为大家都非常的有想法，也都非常的在比赛中特别有担当，每个人都特别愿意去表达，说去承担自己那个部分，甚至想多做一些。大家在更多表达和去有责任感和担当的同时，我也希望大家能够更多听到团队的声音，因为大家是要配合的，要有更多的回馈。但我觉得至少这是沟通上的一个很好的一个模式的开始。
As Cubby was saying, y'all, Palkia being that rookie for this squad has kind of given that rookie energy to everyone else. And whenever you have, you know, some young blood, some new talent, some fresh faces on a roster, I feel like it is a natural way for everyone to get motivated and excited. And it really has elevated everyone across the board here on EDG.
It has. The non-Dignitas approach has worked out very well for EDG over there. So it's been pretty good to see as Palkia has fit in, looks like, the legendary Pokemon that he could be, IP law or not, in the bot lane. And hey, to be fair, I think his rel play has been fantastic. EDG looks like they're a team that's on the same page, regardless of really who's in. And I will say that at least we didn't expect this team to look nearly this good this split, because it felt like they were the team to beat in Group Nirvana last split, but of course 2 teams dropped down. It's like, okay, NIP especially, we probably have expectations for them to be at the top of this group. But EDG blasted them and have really proved that they are a team to beat in here, and so far have proven that they don't belong in this group, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, when you look at the rest of their 2025 season, you know, people might look at this team and think that EDG was done. And then Clear Love is gone, Wink is gone, left behind in the dust of JDG's ambition. But you know what, Cubby? From the ashes rises something more dangerous than expectation. And that's belief. 3 series in, I don't care how early it is, I believe. I believe in Perugia, the rookie who roamed at level 3 like XP was optional. I believe in Xiaohao, who invades your turret and walks out grinning. I believe in ZDZ, who's finally playing like he's tired of being overlooked. I believe in On, like this man's astrogliding through teamfights and scaling into a hypercarry menace. And I believe in Angel, who remembers he was a 2020 Worlds finalist, and he's playing like it's 2020 again. This isn't the EDG of 21. It's not about pedigree anymore. This is about a team clawing their way out of Group Nirvana, a place where legends go to die. Not these 5. They come here to thrive. Call it obsession, call it conviction, but after these 3 series, I'm calling it a session. Ascension, baby. EDG, from Group Nirvana to Worlds, I'm calling it. EDG's gonna go to Worlds, baby. I'm here for it. Let's go.
Oh man, all right, Rafa, we're sold. We're sold. I will say, EDG, I think the joke that I've had, at least behind the scenes, is that they're playing like they combined the powers of RNG and OMG from 2015 and have like turned back the clock 10 years to actually be an organization that's playing to the standard. We're used to seeing those 3 orgs play with. Of course, those are the 2 orgs that we lost to Group Nirvana from last split to this one. But yeah, it's been really fun to see EDG again. They don't look like they belong in Group Nirvana at the moment, but they are here for a reason, as you called out. So we'll have to see if this can continue in their favor. And if they do so tonight against LGD, which frankly we expect them, as it's been smooth sailing for them so far.
Yeah, and for me, Cubby, if EDG are going to continue this World's Miracle run, they can't just win in Group Nirvana. They gotta stomp Group Nirvana. They are currently undefeated across all 3 series. I want to see them undefeated through the entire group. If they
Okay.
walk away, number 1 seed, undisputed, 10-0 in series score, 20-0 in game score, then whoever is the poor soul that is the 8th place team in Group Ascend, probably FPX or WE, sorry, they're screwed. I'm just saying, EDG is coming back with a menace.
I've been coming back with some fire and some fury. Good to have you with some of that fire and fury too, Rafa. Even through the double round robin. It's a double round robin this split. We still think undefeated through Group Nirvana. Oh, yes. Okay. We're confirming that. Locking that one in. All right. Well, we'll see that's the case. I mean, again, so far, team to beat. They've proven that. I hope that their form continues because they have been a pleasure to watch in this group.
Yeah. I cannot sing enough praises. And while people might look at me thinking, bro, this is way too early, we need to calm down.
Man,
No, bro!
I've had some crazy takes. I have not backed down either. I've not backed down either. So you're good to go.
If you watch the tape from the rest of their year in 2025, they were low-key bums in Split 1, Split 2. They were kind of, just, taking their checks. They were just coming in and just doing their job, but there was no fire. There was no motivation. They were just coasting by in Group Nirvana because they were good enough to not get relegated, unlike OMG and RNG. Sorry, guys. But EDG now are playing way better than they have all season long. And I genuinely think that, as their coach said, that rookie energy has given them that motivation, that desire to play like they're at the top of the world again. And so, even though it's a completely different roster, there's no, original legacy names from the time that they last won the World Championship in 2021, since they're all on different teams. It's time to write a new chapter.
Time to channel the power of RNG and OMG into EDG, just all the legacy orgs. Turning back the clocks together. At least in theory, I do like that one, but hey. Turning back the clocks, it's been good with the new age player they have in Palkia. I'll go with Palkia for today's broadcast, Rafa, since, that was my first legendary Pokemon ever caught. I gotta honor it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I heard that 4th gen was your first ever game that you played.
It was. You know what my favorite part about 4th gen was? Is that after Platinum, they remade Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So I actually went into Gen 5 with, having played pretty much all the gens, because that covered the first 2. And then I went back and covered Gen 3. But I still remember in 7th grade, I was in double accelerated math because I was a nerd. And our teacher, Mr. Robinson...
We talk about video games, man. We're all nerds here. It's all good.
Our teacher, Mr. Robinson, he would let us come in with the little Poke Walkers that you had from Soul Silver and Heart Gold and trade at the start of class. He's like, you guys all have this? He's like, take 3 minutes and do it and get it out of the way. It's like you don't get special items for that. It was fun, yeah.
Nice.
Good times.
Teachers making you do extra homework.
He was a great teacher. No, he was a great teacher. That was actually very chill of him way back in the day.
I'm just saying you missed out on the 3rd gen, man. The first time playing Emerald, cinema. That was peak childhood memories. And I'm an oldie. I still pride, Kanto and Johto days, but, there was something very special about Emerald when it first came out. But enough about Pokemon talk. We got to start locking down what we're going to be expecting out of the drafts between EDG and LGD. We're still about a couple minutes away before walkouts begin, but Cubby, I know that you've had a bone to pick with some of the overall drafts and the champion priorities here in the LPL, not just with these 2 specific teams. There's a lot of teams that are, how would you say this, Matt? They have misconstrued perspectives on certain champion strengths and when to pick them in the drafts.
I mean, I think that we've learned a little bit moving forward about what's good or not. I think one thing for me, watching MSI, if I have to give a big overarching takeaway from MSI, a lot of it's just about priority. Do we have priority or not, right? So for me, my claim to fame is being the best Braum in NA at one point. Picking Braum at a lot of points where he doesn't really fit in. I think we've seen a lot of LPL teams just prioritizing some stuff that isn't there. Later on, they're going to be running a graphic for JDG where they gave up a Silas on R3 with Azir and Alistar already locked in. And, well, Rookie kind of blasted him for that one. It was a 27-minute loss. So we've seen a lot of oopsies in draft. I think some of that is just the newer season. But again, if I watch the tape of MSI, it was priority just wins. And where's Caitlyn been in the league? Caitlyn, for me, was really, really strong at that tournament. I'm very surprised that we haven't seen more of that champion. Been some other champions I've seen kind of over-prioritized. So, yeah, I think overarching, we're going to take inventory of draft and definitely take a look to see if more teams can draft a little bit closer to what AL drafts like. Because, you know, if we're going to let through Trundle, we should be playing Maokai into it, or at least some Jarvan. I'm very happy seeing some of those picks emerge.
There's definitely some better jungle answers than the ones people are.
I saw Xin locked into
into
Trundle the other day, and like, oh, it was like, we're locking Xin into Trundle Talia. I was like, what is going on, man? It was ballistic.
Sometimes at the end of the day, I mean, you're a former coach. You sometimes know that even if the draft isn't the most ideal, sometimes players just demand comfort picks, or they demand something that they've been drilling or practicing a lot.
Always.
I don't know. Sometimes that's just how it is, even if it's not super ideal. And if there's anything that we've come to understand over the years as well, Matt, sometimes at the end of the day, it's just execution. It's just hands that can be the difference maker, no matter how drastic the draft gap might have been set up to be.
Well, you know, not wrong, but also we're hoping for better a little bit here with the LPL.
Oh, absolutely.
And we are in Group Nirvana for the opening, so you know the hands. We need everything with the hands and more. We're gonna be winning a Group Nirvana and try and get
Very
out and
true.
actually fight for world spots, which we're talking about earlier in the day, Rafa. But of course, player walkout's only 5 minutes late over in whatever arena we're in for the day. I'm sure we'll learn that here in a second from our wonderful producers behind the scenes. Doesn't look like it's NIPs today. But then again, a lot of the Group Nirvana games have been on an NIPs arena. Source, I've been on the vast majority of the Group Nirvana games so far. I get out of Group Nirvana game, or yeah,
Don't
Nirvana
worry.
jail is escape
Morale
tonight.
has improved enough that you
Morale
are
has
granted a group ascension game with JDG and Top Esports later tonight. But first,
Have
you
I
gotta
really?
cash,
Is
you
that
gotta cash
really
in your
Group
Nirvana
percent?
box.
No, I'm kidding.
Whoa, hang on. Jackie Love is playing really good
He's
right
been
now.
on fire. You know, he's been.
And,
Yeah.
and also, I think this is probably one of the better Group Nirvana games that you could have gotten. Any game that's going to feature EDG is going to be a treat to handle, because you're going to be witnessing their undefeated streak as it progresses forward, Matt. You're here for the train. You're going to be part of history.
I mean, I've been part of 3/4 of the train so far for EDG. See if we get more good stuff today. Again, Palkia has been impressive. I think that as a rookie support, that's usually a role where we see a lot of growing pains hit the stage. I mean, you're going to make mistakes. And if you make a mistake on support, it's really obvious because you're dead, right? You're playing with less levels than everyone else. You're probably caught out on warning missions, and it's very obvious. And then that can create chain reactions. But, man, we really haven't seen those rookie mistakes yet from Palkia. So, frankly, I'm waiting to see a few. But as long as we keep on getting the positives we are, which have been good engages synced up with his team, whether he's the one that's leading or following up on an engage, it's been really sound from him. So, just hoping to see more of the good stuff, even when I know we're going to see a few blips coming up for him. It's just going to happen.
There's definitely been some jitters, a couple of missed skill shots here and there, but overall,
I think he has 4 MVPs out of the 6 games. So,
Yeah,
he's been that nuts.
He's been crushing it. And in the games where sometimes he's isolated and gets caught out, it's like a once or a 2 time thing. And then he's still there with the rest of the team, usually with Xiaohao and or Angel, and making a very joint, very powerful synced engage. And so the fact that EDG has just looked so damn coordinated compared to how the rest of their season has looked, that's why I'm just so starstruck. I think there's no other word that I can say that accurately describes my feelings, because this team I wasn't glancing at all in Split 1 or Split 2, and I was just thinking, okay, cool, EDG are here, but there's no players that I really have that much attachment for. But then that first series against Ultra Prime, I don't know what it was, Matt. I saw a twinkle. I saw some magic, and maybe it's just the Palkia rookie energy, but everyone is playing in really good form. But here we are, Game 1, draft between LGD and EDG, bans flying out the gate.
We'll say blue side in the LPL is still sitting above a 60% win rate this split, so I think the odds that we get 3 games gone up a little bit, as LGD are guaranteed at least 2 blue side games. So keep on taking the same sides as everyone else has. Man, we're really hoping for a Vi ban from EDG on 3. I think we're choosing between banning Vi or banning Azir here. Or we can ban Gwen and leave both up. So we'll see what LGD ends up going for first. We'll say Talia takeaway from Angel feels very deserved, because for me, watching EDG in earlier splits, Rafa, it felt like if Angel wasn't on a real enabler, like the Talia or the Victor, when he was quite good, like it felt like he needed to be on a certain champ for this team to figure out how to win. Just he played really well in those, but that has definitely changed as EDG has evolved as a team over time. See what they end up taking into that first pick Azir. As if it's Annie, gotta believe Wukong's to follow.
Yep. Annie's always a great way to facilitate a carry jungler that doesn't have that many great CC ganking tools pre-level 6. That's okay. Point and click stun from Annie can help facilitate, get some of that early gold injected into something like a Wukong. We've seen other carry jungler options being used as well, but because it hasn't been banned, more than likely that is just what EDG are going to opt into for this opener.
I like Trundle because Annie cannot kill Trundle later on in the game. Definitely dissuades a tank pick from the enemy and enables your own. I think it's just Trundle Scion here, Rafa. Because if you go Trundle Scion, I mean, the answers like Cho'Gath, Shen that you can play in the Scion that also matches some of the tankiness is no longer an option when Subjugate enters the Rift.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
I was definitely with you on the just lock a tank for Sasa, but he's going for the Ambessa instead. And EDG can't necessarily go for a tank themselves because Trundle is going to make that tank feel very, very small.
And
later the
this
game
makes
goes on.
Renekton feel really good. Like, this is a happy setup for Renekton so far. You can definitely play into that Trundle Ambessa top side. You're going to be building damage. You can one-shot the Trundle early on. So I think that, you know, you go for Scion, you're probably not responding with a Renekton. Ambessa makes that Renekton response a lot more powerful for EDG.
Yeah, it just seems like LGD kind of gave EDG a freebie and not punishing what could have been a very hard to compensate damage profile, because as you noted before, Annie, very low. It's high burst earlier on, and then it just kind of tapers off as the game goes on. You're looking more at extended skirmish scenarios from Wukong and whoever the marksman is for On, which has yet to be locked in. And right now, because the bot lanes have yet to be locked in, it's all about support bans.
Yeah, I think taking away Palkia's Rel, very warranted from what we've seen from him so far. Multiple MVP games on that is, man, all the... I mean, we're down the Nautilus, Leona, Rakan with the real popular engages here, Rafa. Curious if LGD takes away another, or maybe wants to ban something like an Ezreal that's pretty happy against Trundle and Ambessa. I do like the point you made about the scaling, Rafa, because so far LGD scaling definitely in their hands, even with the Wukong on EDG's side. You look at Azir and Ambessa, it's pretty scary later on, and it's all early game showing here for EDG.
Do EDG want to give themselves a little bit of late game insurance, or do they want to completely commit to a full early mid game draft here? EDG are contemplating whether they want to lock in their AD carry or their support first, because the support pool has been shrunk and diminished so much. They're just going for Nautilus, which they feel like is the cream of the crop right now.
I wonder if it's a Lucian Milio game. Try and survive Annie. I know Nautilus would be pretty strong there, but I think it's a option at least for Savior in YCX. Ooh, Sivir does have the ability to auto-attack in this game so far. We've seen some games where Sivir's been locked in, but it doesn't really feel like Sivir has a chance to auto. I mean, obviously Tibbers is kind of tough, but if you go Cleanse as Sivir, Wukong is the only thing that you're really worried about navigating. She's pretty happy into everything else, and that move speed can be very useful for the team too. So if it ends up being a Sivir here for Savior, I think that's the pick.
Yeah, it's not bad. Point and click stun from Renekton and Def Charge are all
For me, it's that or Jhin. Like, take the Jhin and just outrange, out-interact.
Those are like
Annie,
predictable
Wukong,
abilities
Renekton.
that you can like
Yeah.
try and time with the spell shield. So I'm with you there. And LGD, now that Leona's been locked in, and then you have
Kaisa?
some melee carries, this allows LGD to close the distance very rapidly thanks to that Sivir movement speed come late game. So EDG,
Kaisa.
do they want to just commit with the dive identity? And yeah, that's going to be the case. So I want to talk, Matt. I want to talk about when these compositions are spiking and how much late game insurance does EDG really have in their pocket, or do they feel like they're going to be on a clock this game compared to what LGD have?
EDG's on the clock. One item, just hit him really hard. Renekton's so strong with Annie at that point of the game. Then you have Kaisa Nautilus to follow up. Sivir, Azir, Trundle, Ambessa. That's a lot of late game insurance, but LGD is going to be having to use the Azir and Sivir push to really cheat a lot of waves early and hopefully buy themselves some time to scale.
The one thing I will say about LGD is, even though that this is mostly a late game oriented draft, this Trundle does give you a little bit of that early game bridge that you will need to help defend some of those lanes from getting pushed in if you suffer from that, or the fact that this Wukong is going to try and just get to level 6 as cleanly and quietly as possible without having to do with any interference from the side of LGD. I would love if there are windows that you can try and decelerate that mid-game spikes from happening and buying yourself more time to scale on the side of LGD.
Yeah, I again, like Sivir Azir, they scale hard. They also do push very hard. So if they're able to get these waves in, buy themselves time, that's good. But man, I'm looking at this game, this draft. Early on, I think they lose all 3 lanes pretty hard. So Wukong should have a field day on Trundle. And a lot of the power of Trundle for me comes from when can you actually invade. Like Trundle is great at invading. You're such a good duelist early on with the PTA and stealing the stats away from the Chomp. I don't see a world where his lanes can really support that, so it takes away a lot of his power early.
Well, let's see how the story unfolds between LGD and EDG for Game 1 of our opening series.
They just teleported.
Yeah, that was a fast blink. I heard some gyos. Come on, guys. This is going to be the EDG 20-0 hype train. We need more you know what? They don't believe yet, man. They don't believe like I do.
Shanghai's a little bit of a library right now, but they're going to get on board.
I'm telling you, Matt, by the time we get to the 8th or 9th series, it's going to be filled out because everyone's going to want to see if EDG can complete the 20-0 dream.
True. You know, the AI graph based on Chinese super server solo queue, I actually agree with, and I'll have beef with it this time. That's a rarity. As we've seen a lot of interesting curves on that one. But this game, gonna have to see if Trundle and Wukong, who can get bot lane first and who has priority. Looks like both of our junglers will be working their way from top to bot. Also curious, ZDZ going Inspiration Tree on Renekton and Triple Tonic. That looks like a mistake to me. I'm not familiar with that tech. Usually it's just second wind and unflinching or second wind overgrowth, like guaranteed. That's a weird one.
What would Triple Tonic give you in response? Hang on. On getting ignited, immediately cleansing it. All right, so just a couple summoner spells trade. Yeah.
But it's not good. Like, a second wind and overgrowth and Renekton are just filthy OP. I cannot emphasize enough how surprised I am that we don't see that. But maybe there's some tech that I'm not aware of.
Well, I'll say this, man. If ZDZ solo kills Sasa, you can just never question it again.
No. That's the results-based analysis that plagued our region for years, Rafa, all right? That's...
Don't care, didn't ask. It's okay.
All right.
Well, but we'll see. We'll see. As EDG's bot lane did lose the level 2 race, Savior and YCX doing a decent job of getting the early push in and pinning them under the tower. But because both of these junglers have passed towards the bottom side of the map, On and Perukia should be safe from any potential dives that Climber might try and create here, as the wave is now starting to bounce back.
Yeah, I think this Renekton build was a misplay. I've been doing some homework on the second monitor. That's
you did some research.
Yeah, I have seen like 2 or 3 inspiration games, and it looks like we're limit testing or just testing on the solo queue server, you know? Anyway. I'm done with that. Let's move on.
Understandable. Xiaohao not going to even try and contest the bottom crab because he knows his bot lane does not have the priority in that lane at the moment, so he wants to make sure that he can get as many camps as he can uncontested, but now he has left his bot lane to potentially die. Climber going to go in for the dive, immediately looking for On, going for the chomp, and YCX will flash on top, and they gift the kill over to Savior. That's first blood for LGD. Oh! Palkia? Oh!
Okay.
He was trying to kill the minion and get that last turret shot that was aggroed up, but not enough damage on the Savior.
Spell Shield actually prevented the CC. Savior get out for free. Oh, no!
That's my goat! Palkia's gonna die, but you know what? He had to get one back for his fallen ADC.
I mean, he got both sums and traded 1 for 1. That's incredibly worth from him, taking Sivir off the map. But this lane, didn't go the way that I was frankly expecting early on. So credit to YCX and Savior playing out their first few levels very well. The bouncing blades, we saw it a couple times that Sivir ended up with push very early on, which I wasn't exactly expecting that in the matchup. Of course, Sivir does shove very hard. Leona's pretty good early too, but Nautilus can be such a beefcake level 1. Seemed like that was not the case, and they turned that push into a very successful dive. And in spite of Savior falling at the end, it is going to be him that has the better base early on.
I mean, you say better base, but I was talking with Rude last night, Matt, and anytime that an AD carry walks back with Slingshot as their first item spike, Rude says that that is a depression vibe. So, I
yeah.
want your thoughts. I want your thoughts on that.
Oh, a little bit. It's not the best first item, but it's okay. You're Sivir. As long as you get to that Yuntal's, it's okay. But yes, you would much rather have a BF sword, Rafa. This is going back to like season 2.
I'm having a good time, Matt. It's good to be casting with you again. As EDG continues to fight back at the trade. Xiaohao has been farming up a quiet storm, but now trying to arrive on the bottom side of the map with a Sheen power spike in his inventory. Decides not to opt in for a lane gank, just going for the Gromp, making sure that he is hitting level 6 as fast as possible. That is the main early win condition for Wukong, trying to get access to that Cyclone so that you can start participating in these 3v3s, these 2v2s, where you become one of the strongest junglers in the game.
Looks for junglers finishing up their second clears. As the force on their way bot, and we'll see if any of them get spotted. Xiaohao is doing a nice job of ducking out of vision. We're going to see he's spotted now, and I do think that LGD's 3v3 is winning early on. So, should be EDG having the seed. Again, so far, what we talked about using shove in order to help buy yourself time to scale has been good, but if fight's going to break out, FQW is very low.
Yeah, Xiaohao dashed onto the Scuttle Crab. I think he stole it. Doesn't hit level 6 quite yet, but they're winning the fight so far. They lose Palkia in the trade, but Climber is dropped on. Critically low, but not enough damage could come out of Savior yet. And Xiaohao hits level 6, goes in with a Cyclone. Savior and XQW are going to try to save this fight. Angel tries to stun him, but it's a good spell shield by Savior. Now Angel is compromised. One more Boomerang Blade should do the trick if he's got the mana for it, but XQW, no flash on either of these carries. Angel gets to walk out free.
Okay, well, that was actually a pretty close trade and a nice take there in the end by LGD. As that was, I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that they ended up going for a fight, going for a look like that, Rafa, but at least Savior is able to win out in the end. I think it was EDG that took home more kills in the skirmish, and a big part of that was Angel getting that giant chunk to start off on XQW, who was kind of out of the fight.
And if we get a replay, I want you to watch what Xiaohao does.
I got lost in this one, I'm gonna be honest.
He flashed for the Scuttle Crab, trying to hit level 6 as fast as possible. He doesn't hit it until he gets the first kill in this river fight.
Yeah, I was looking at Azir getting chunked out. And oh yeah, you're right. Flash got the crab, got 6. That's pretty big on. I think that flash in ended up being pretty worth. Yeah, Xiaohao, nice play on him to steal that crab. I do think that hitting 6, looking at the XP bar that he had, that crab would have, like, he needed to steal it in order to get 6. So that for me is what made that play work. Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is the EDG magic. We're just along for the ride. We're on the early stages of it. You know, 7 more series. This is the overall 4th series.
Sound like Rick and Morty counting seasons. 9 more seasons for me.
Yeah. Very good show. Very good show. EDG now. Looking forward, the Grubs have spawned. Neither team has really gone for the Dragons. I want to go back to some of the points we made about Climber on this Trundle, trying to look for avenues where he can really exercise that power that he has over the Wukong early on in the stage. That window was there, but now that Xiaohao got seemingly the better of him in the trade and is starting to, even though he's still down in gold, he's starting to scale up on this Wukong, getting closer and closer to that Trinity Force spike. LGD, it looks like the early game might be done for, but Climber will get a chance to at least take all of these Grubs away.
I mean, honestly, LGD is, I think, decently happy with where things are at right now. They're the first 3 kills. Gold's close. They scale insanely hard. At least they're going to be able to get some Grubs and hopefully trade out for the Dragon, but EDG not looking for the Dragon, they're looking for the Sivir as Wukong spotted, and here we go.
Xavier using the spell shield to cancel the knockup from the Death Charge, and once the Cyclone comes through, he's forced to flash away. So EDG now content that they have eliminated the Flash Summoner spell away from the Sivir. YCX over the wall. Doesn't seem like he's going to threaten, since this is still a 2v3 and Climber is nowhere near for the counter game.
I mean, that's pretty worth. It's just grubs that went over for free. I don't think they got enough out of Sivir to warrant skipping over the Dragon like that. And now LGD can contest both again for a scaling comp. Huge early as Subjugate's down.
This is a little tricky for Xiaohao. Nice pillar blocks Palkia's depth or dredge line, but it's still not enough. Climber was isolated. YCX trying to lock up on, but he cleanses the stun and walks away from the solar flare. XQW does not want to commit because he knows that YCX is just done for. Finally flashes out. Good boomerang blade from Savior, chunks of majority members of EDG, and now they might be too low to finish the Dragon.
They are, and honestly, the Climber a little over aggressive from him, but well played by the rest of LGD to get EDG off the objective. Climber, it was over ambitious, Rafa, to say the least. And again, this is the point of the game that's pretty scary if I'm LGD, because this is like any Renekton, one item with Nautilus is really, really big. And you can see how On's able to follow up over the top on this Kai'Sa too that's accelerated in this game.
Yeah. Kraken Slayer rushed in for Kai'Sa. We've talked about how there have been different Kai'Sa builds over the season. Some are more late game oriented, some scale better than others, but ever since the changes made to Kraken Slayer, it does give a little bit of extra damage, a little bit extra juice early on with a higher execution threshold. So now, this seems like the perfect option, as we talked about for EDG. Once this composition hits one item across all of their carries, they have to press the acceleration pedal all the way to the floor and blow LGD out of the game.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, Rafa, because as long as you're enabling LGD to pick up these waves, which they will with Sivir Azir, I mean, these guys just delete waves, that's what is going to get you jailed later on as EDG. So I think it's important they're able to pick up these early objectives, and why it's so good that LGD wasn't able to grab the first 3 grubs, but also delayed this Dragon to now. I mean, there are some games where you're looking at your second Drake being picked up at this timer, Rafa. And if you're EDG's comp, you'd love to be sitting on 2 Drakes right now, where you are on the clock, and that's just the first one secured. Infernal will be very nice for them, a lot of damage dealers over on that side, so happy with the Drake that they ended up securing, but I don't think they're very happy the fact that the first one did come to the 1140 mark.
Yeah, that's the tough reality of having Wukong as a jungler, because he doesn't solo objectives particularly fast, and then when you have a bot lane that is getting, you know, slowed in by, or shoved in by Sivir constantly and Azir, it's hard to always naturally gain priority, like, pretty free willingly. And then, once again, Climber is on Tundra. He is supposed to be the early game bridge, and in this case, he is the deterrent. Now, EDG might be looking for a dive onto Sauces, and best of the public execution hits nothing. It's a complete airball, and the Cyclone will guarantee the knockups necessary while Palkia tanks up the turret shots, and that is another kill going over to the side of EDG.
I know it's some small things, but what a confident dive from Palkia. That was just really well played. Drops the R, sidesteps the public execution, hits the hook to prop the aftershock. Meanwhile, the dive on the other side, YCX locked him up.
But Angel's here, drops a Fat Bear, and yep, EDG will at least go 1-1 on the top side.
Angel walked over a ward on the way there, so not sure if that's just on YCX or not communicated to Leona. Either way,
another dive.
It's a little bit silly. As first brick goes over to EDG, that prevents feats from being secured by LGD, who are still looking for their first brick. And yeah, Angel, see if Palkia can help.
He stuns Climber under the turret. It'll be another 1-for-1, but the Subjugate gives him enough HP back on the drain. And now Palkia's caught in the tower. XQW commits the Emperor's Divide. The turret shot will go bouncing back to Climber, though. And EDG are still picking up kills in the aftermath of these dives by LGD. And CDZ will flash on top of XQW. But here comes a teleport. Now it's from Sauces and Bessa. ZDZ doesn't have access to the Dominus, so surely he should go down in the 1v2. But he double slices and dices. But unfortunately, for him, that's not a friendly Leona. That's an enemy support.
He got the cannon.
And LGD will be able to take down this crocodile again.
At least he got the wave and bought a lot of time, as EDG were able to get objectives and gold onto On. Did secure the first brick and has been free farming mid. Got a plate and a half and now gets some free time with the turret. So I think that that's still worth the play from ZDZ, as we have some chaos across the map here, Rafa. But because LGD were so slowed up on taking that turret, EDG has opened up a nice gold lead in a game where they do need a lead.
Climber trying to follow up on the solar flare engage from YCX, but On only pops the cleanse, still has a flash and a killer instinct. Public execution snags On, and now On is in a world of trouble. Killer instinct gets enough distance. Doesn't need to use the flash, will preserve his life for now.
Should buy some time to get Azir bot, but you can see Renekton's on the way there, so it's not going to be any damage to the turret. And LGD get to play out the map undeterred, slow down EDG a bit on that mid push. They were not able to secure the mid outer there, Rafa, so decent answer from LGD, but they're still going to be on the back burner here for the next few minutes, as EDG, I think that a 2k gold lead at 15 minutes, I think necessary for their comp, and I'd say on pace for where they want to be.
LGD, as long as they can keep the gold even, or relatively even, this is good for them. EDG, they're the ones with the onus to try and press the game forward. Emperor's Divide does push back ZDZ, but what can he do about Xiao Hao, who's got another cast of that Cyclone sitting right on top of the Golden Emperor himself? That is now a 2-0-3 Wukong. Relatively accelerated, Trinity Force was already picked up and should be making his way towards that second item ahead of the curve.
Yeah, honestly, the mistake there from XQW, just ulting this Renekton solo. If you save it for the Wukong, you can buy space to EQ out. You can see really nice from Xiao Hao to get in the way of that Azir E to make sure that he couldn't cast that one for free. So that's what made that kill look pretty easy in the end. Nice pickup there for EDG. As ZDZ also gets a little bit of help after he gave away a lot of his time and resources in order to kind of bail out his top side and get a lot of gold on the On, which is well worth it, but nice of Xiao Hao afterwards to kind of pay him a play back.
Yeah, it has been crucial for EDG that they have not dropped the shutdown bounties on both On and Xiao Hao, who are the big damage carries for this composition. Angel is a facilitator. Yes, the Malignant's early rush is going to be nice for more of those Tibber stuns, but this damage is going to be... it's going to be falling off a cliff later the game goes on, and Renekton, the most that he can do is try and pressure Savior or XQW on those flanks, but it becomes a lot harder just to pure frontline as the Renekton the game goes on. So EDG just trying to do the best they can to continue pressing the game state forward. They are up 3,000 gold. The second dragon of the game is about to spawn, but EDG isn't in a position to do it right away.
Angel does have TP, but is still cleaning up the top side. Meanwhile, LGD going to drop his Herald and try and get a little bit of a gold injection mid. Maybe draw EDG out a bit. ZDZ has snuck in. I think he spotted behind him with where he's at. As pings have started to go down onto the dragon. And yeah, if I'm LGD, I don't care about this dragon. It's just an Ocean Drake. It's the second Drake of the game. Go play for some gold. Go play for gold on Ambassa. Take down some towers and just catch waves. I think this is very much the right call from them. Because again, talked a lot early on, Rob, about what is the power window of EDG. It's right now.
Yeah.
You have Kaisa sitting at an early Rage Blade. You get one item on Annie, one item on Wukong Renekton. This is not a fight that you want if you're LGD.
XQW trying to solo defend this turret from going down, but 3 members committed as now On finds himself in a world of trouble, has Cleanse and Flash using Killer Instinct over the wall, but flashing... I don't know how he expected to get away from that one. He was dead to rights, completely isolated. And the members of LGD who had made the jump on him, and unfortunately for EDG, they take a turn on the bot side, but they don't even get a kill onto XQW, now trying to pull off.
It does make this Drake a little hairy as Xiao Hao smites it. TP's coming in.
Double Cyclone
TP.
right on top of Climber. Trundle is getting bursted. Here comes double teleports from XQW and Sauce. The public execution right on top. But CDC takes out 2. They take out 3. The Emperor's Divide from XQW. They have to bail. But there's no way that this Emperor can get out. He's got a flash, but he doesn't even survive. Xiao Hao is a monster on the Wukong, and CDC is dapping him up on the finish.
They just smashed a 4v5 with a clean ace. What happened there for LGD? I thought the fight was good for them given the numbers. Did say it's not the right time that they wanted, but man, a 5-0? Really? In a 4v5?
No On, no problem. EDG, top lane and jungle duo. These 2 players, ZDZ and Xiao Hao, have found a way to play with each other almost exclusively since 2021. There was only a couple times when they didn't get a chance to play on the same roster, but they are the heroes. They are the stars in this upcoming fight, Matt.
I mean, it's a nice pick onto On. He's trapped and on the wrong side of the map. You can see with the approach that Trundle had, his only out was to try and get to his teammates, which he couldn't, so the flash looks silly. But what ends up looking silly in the end is definitely LGD. As man, like, what happens here? I want to keep my eyes on Savior because I feel like this guy just got mauled by or by the Renekton. Yeah, I mean, just walk through Renekton Wukong, and he finds the smite. Ambessa not enough damage right now, and XQW played for the big ult, not for the soldiers. Again, I just don't think that that's a fight you take given the items. But it's a 5v4 in favor of LGD, and now answering. Angel's gonna try and go down.
Should be a pick, but it comes at the cost of Sauce's flash and his own life. Also, YCX falls, and just like that, Matt, LGD are gonna lose 2 members for the price of 1. Also using a teleport from ZDZ, LGD will try to look for some objective bounties and try and push in through the mid-tier 2 as well as the top inner turret. But you're right, Otacon is the price that they will have to pay.
Honestly, not that bad for LGD if they end up with 2 inners for Otacon, given the game state they have now, as they're paying for the sins they had earlier. Oh.
Ooh! I don't know if that was clean by ZDZ or that was bad by XQW. But the Emperor's Divide went right through him, and ZDZ is being able to at least live, flashing away from the pillar, but it's a quick flash chomp by Climber, putting an end to that Crocodile, and EDG lose out on the top laner.
This is okay for LGD. Like, giving up Otacon for this, I don't think Otacon's a fight that you want. You got 2 inners and a big shutdown. I think they'll take that. As, again, it is more items needed for LGD. And we're going to have to see in later fights. I did say that Sivir should be able to position decently well in these fights. But Savior, you can't go melee range of Wukong Renekton and try and run through him like that. And it was a really good flash followed by Angel to clean up that low health bar in the last fight. So going to have to be a better fight from Savior moving forward for LGD. But hey, that was a good comeback play. I think that you can be very happy with cutting into the gold lead the way you just did by taking the inners and avoiding an Otacon fight, which is probably bad for you anyway, especially after you lost 2 members spot.
Yeah, you have to find good trades where you can instead of trying to just pray for the best and hope that you can win a flip against EDG where they're already naturally strong.
You just got to be okay with being down 41 in powered pedals. It's okay. Levels and ability force are not great. I mean, that's a lot of hitting gold that's being given over to EDG.
ZDZ, do you really want to defend this turret? You are by yourself, my
He's
guy.
got 3 chasing.
Teleport is coming in from Angel. He still has a dominance to play with, no flash. Remember from the previous fight on the top side of the map. Has yet to pop it. Angel teleports in. They're trying to channel everything onto Annie, but the Timbers is dropped, and here comes the Cavalry, the reinforcements for EDG, trying to jump onto XQW. Savior steps up, but he's got to be careful, spacing out the Cyclone, but he's got another cast. Knocks up Climber onto the Trundle. Savior is caught in the midst of all the chaos. ZDZ diving through the backline. He doesn't die again. Xiaohao and ZDZ continuing to make the magic happen for EDG, and Sasa's nowhere to be found.
Got TP back in the middle of that fight, didn't choose to use it. LGD down a man overall, and ZDZ and Xiaohao are just making up a massive front line that LGD cannot deal with. And I mean, honestly, Rafa, this is kind of why we were on the train of the Scion instead of that Ambessa, because we talked about how good Renekton is into this Ambessa Trundle frontline, and ZDZ has been an absolute beast in these fights.
Even though he doesn't have the pretty 0 death scoreline like his buddy in Xiaohao, he has putting in
If you're playing Renekton for 0 deaths, man, what are you doing? Let's be honest.
No, you gotta send it. You gotta put it on the line.
Yeah, you gotta send it a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, look how deep this guy goes.
And again, Sauce, you can see, doesn't have that TP up until now in the fight. Doesn't choose to use it. And it would get in 5 seconds. Would be kind of in for this fight. As, Savior ends up catching the depth charge that was going to XQW. That's why that fight ended up so grim in the back half. And LGD seem a little bit split, Rafa. Again, Sauce, like, having that TP coming up soon, not choosing to use it. It kind of sent his team to the Shadow Realm, and tells me that LGD they didn't really want that fight in the first place.
Not a good look here for LGD, who are trying to scramble and hold on to at least some control of the game before EDG completely slammed the door shut on them. Remember that this is a composition that LGD have built up to be one that is favored later the game goes on. And while they have done their damnedest to try and hold on, it is not yet that late stage of the game. We're just a minute away from Baron, but EDG are now 3 dragons up. Mountain Soul coming up in the next 4 minutes. 3 items on Kaisa. This guy is so terrifying that LGD, if they're not careful, they're going to get completely blown up in the next fight.
don't know what kind of fight LGD needs to actually win this one out, Rafa. I think Visage next on Trundle could help out a lot, and Vesa items always good, but man, Honest, like, at the Kaisa power spike with the Nashor's Tooth completed. I mean, your 3-item Kaisa is the terror, especially if you're Sivir at the moment, who really doesn't have... won't have the items to deal with Kaisa until, like, 4 or 5 now. With how far behind she is and just where Kaisa's at. So, yeah, scary point of the game. Again, some of the concerns we had for LGD, because it did feel like the Sivir in the Honor lane was actually did pretty well with the help of Trundle dives. Was a little bit surprised on that, but on paper, this is 3 losing lanes and a Wukong versus Trundle matchup. That's not exactly a winning draft or formula for LGD for me.
They were banking on this Trundle to be enough of an early deterrent to give them that bridge necessary to scale into the game. But
you're just not overcoming this mid game, man.
Yeah, and it just feels disrespectful,
especially when you play poorly.
The EDG history of 3 series undefeated so far. You would think that LGD would be a little more respectful of how strong these guys have been in this opener of the 3rd split.
I'm with you. I think they gave EDG a lot of playmaking potential in the mid game. And as this game goes later, I mean, the soul list for LGD now is that at least you're not staring down a soul in favor of EDG. I mean, you still have that soul spawning on the map, the potential soul for EDG here around the 28-minute mark, right? Like 28:30. So that's late. Like at least that's like the biggest win for me so far for LGD. Sivir does have Flicker Blades, like that is nice, but again, I think you really need more items as Sivir, especially against this comp. I mean, you need LDR and Vamp.
Uh-oh, Palkia might be caught here. Do EDG want to try and spring something backwards? Hold up, Palkia's still not dead yet. Meanwhile, Climber got dropped as the first victim to fall. EDG now on the pursuit. The Killer Instinct forces the immediate flash. Now LGD, they're on the back foot. They have no jungler, so now this is just a free Baron for EDG to claim.
We just haven't seen a fight that LGD can win. They saved a couple of big ultimates. At least the Shurima shuffles up if XQW wants it, but he's got to be careful. Oh, boy.
I mean, someone had the face check, but ideally it would not have been XQW. He
Goodbye,
pops
Baron.
the stasis, at least saves his own life, but that guarantees the Baron secure for the side of EDG.
Yeah, a lot of tools used on the Nautilus as Palkia still walked on out of there. It was a tough one for LGD. And frankly, I mean, a somewhat appetizing look onto the Nautilus early on, Rafa, but again, just not enough gas in the tank. Just don't feel like this draft for LGD gave them enough priority early on to really find the winning plays. And then, like, the winning plays they tried to take, I mean, opting into the 5v4, they just straight lost and got clean wiped. Like, that's a depressing way to go out.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like this game for LGD.
I think if you look at the 2 legitimate fights that were favored for them, it did not go their way. And now Climber might be in trouble again on just almost completely melting him. The Void Seeker doing a number, as thankfully Climber did pop the Subjugate onto Palkia before he skedaddled on out of there, and it gives him enough sustain to survive.
I don't think LGD is going to be surviving for too much longer, though.
Nope.
It's that Mountain Soul. 50 seconds away. Baron buff still up for 1 minute and 50 seconds on EDG. We'll have the empowered minions to set up that soul. And that Mountain Soul, Sivir and Azir are a long way away from Pen, Rafa. So, and even if we're talking about that for Cope and a way to come back, that's how you know it's pretty tough. Which is exactly the scenario that we're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Savior, I think you already noted it before for Sivir, you would ideally like to opt in for more damage, but now you're going to have to get a Lord Dominic's Regard or a Mortal Reminder, whatever you feel like is best case scenario here for LGD.
Yeah. Still no Vamp.
How do you
no
survive?
Vamp on the Sivir. Your conditions are bad, often. You are a short-range JD. You're going to take damage here and there.
It's like EDG, wow. That push, even though that they weren't able to finish off the turret themselves, the Baron empowered minion waves are able to get the job done. Mountain Soul has spawned. Xiao Hao and Palkia are going to start this one up. Palkia, so confident that they're not going to get challenged. It's just going to take a free base. And EDG will secure for themselves a soul, but Climber, well, he doesn't have flash. All right. I was ready, you know, just in case if the Mountain Soul was in smite range, but Climber nowhere near close. So now, EDG has Mountain Soul, Matt. Baron buff on their hands for another 30 seconds. EDG, they should be able to close out the game in the next fight.
Yeah. And not much to disagree with there, Rafa. EDG's going to keep things clean and keep that scorecard bogus, as we say in golf. Going to have to put this one away to make sure that they get up to 7-0. And it has been, I mean, a pretty one-sided game. When you're winning a 4v5 with a clean ace as early as they did, that's it's usually a pretty good sign for where things are at. EDG did not look bad.
Yeah. Moving
I'll be happy
forward
with for them in this game.
I mean, I'm stoked. And once again, when we go back to the two plays that were the most winning in terms of percentage for LGD, it just came down to pure hands execution from EDG, able to outplay them in the 4v5 as well as the one flip around the crab. Xiaohao being able to smite that away from Climber's grasp, getting the kill, giving him enough XP to get level 6, and being able to at least walk out alive without dropping a single member in that skirmish. These are the small moments early on that normally maybe another team would go, okay, you know what, we're not going to even try and mess with the fact that Sivir and Leona have priority, the fact that Trundle is kind of a stat stick and just beats me early on before I get level 6. EDG in the face of that say, nah, screw it. We're going to flip. And they won.
Well, they definitely drafted the Windows flips earlier on.
I'm just
That
saying
helps.
that. This is why I'm excited. That's why I'm excited for this team. It's not too late to join the train, Matt.
EDG versus KT. LPL versus LCK 4th seed. You're projecting it now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no better opponent to have than KT, let's be honest. We're looking at history. Just purely history. I'm sorry, BDD.
Oh man. On the one hand, part of me wants KT to not be the 4th seed so that they can just guarantee to make it to Worlds. But then on the other hand, how do they beat Gen G, T1, or Hanwha Life for any of those 3 seeds? You know, that's
Well, I didn't think T1 would beat Hanwha to even make it to MSI, so...
You know what? Fair enough. And let's that's a conversation for another day. And maybe another broadcast too. This is the LPL, damn it. We're talking about our teams. We gotta talk about our top 3 potential teams, which, as a general conversation, it is a very interesting one right now. Hoping AEL are gonna get a chance to bounce back after dropping 2 series and going winless so far.
I mean, if EDG wins this series, then technically wouldn't they be our top team at 4-0? No one else would be 4-0 in the LPL.
It might be different since they're in Group Nirvana. It might be
Oh,
different.
really? All right, so, you know, we can send this team to Worlds, but it's Group Nirvana, so it's different.
Okay, hang on. They gotta scale up. They're gonna cook. Give them time, Matt. It's all about the journey. It's not about the immediate results. The results when they get to Worlds is gonna feel so damn sweet when you sit through every single grueling series in Group Nirvana. That's the payoff right there.
Well, I'd like EDG to end this one to prevent this from becoming a grueling game that we've been talking about in circles here. Usually when you secure Soul, you don't want Elder to spawn when you're up this much. See if you
That
can
is
do
true.
that as YCX.
They're gonna jump right on top of YCX, and he is gone.
Oh,
Emperor's Divide from
that's
XQW. It's not gonna be
That's
enough.
ugly.
They've already
Yep.
committed the tried and true on being able to knock out the main carriers. Look at On. He's just
That's
astro
4.
gliding into the backline. Quadra kill for On's Kaisa. Climber on the run. They're thinking about maybe trying to secure this guy for a penta, but at the same time, EDG are ready to wrap this one up.
Yeah, kind of an ugly game in the end from XQW, as very well played by Xiaohao to dip under the Azir ult, find the double cyclone, and secure the win. Xiao MVP probably for this one, Rafa.
Oh, absolutely. Did not die a single time. Was the crucial difference maker in those early skirmishes where Trundle might have been and should have been favored. Completely schooled Climber. And
Yeah,
I'm telling you, Matt.
completely froze
this-
me too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you are frozen.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. I'm gonna pull up my screenshot. No! Come back! I was gonna take a man.
I didn't come back.
Yeah,
You're not happy about it?
But I like the facial expression you were doing. It was funny. I was gonna
You
say
can find it
that.
in the VOD. It's fun.
You know what? Yeah. Thank you, producer Kai. Oh, it's Alk that got the screenshot. Based. Very based. All right. Well, we'll have to turn that into a Twitch chat emote. We'll find a
Great.
use for it.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah.
Found a use,
Yeah.
by the way. How about that Annie Wukong to open things up for EDG? Angel and Xiaohao really ran the map. I thought Renekton was a great pick into the Ambessa plus Trundle showing, and like EDG schooled them from start to finish in that draft, which bit of a rarity here in the LPL. Blue side still over a 60% win rate. Like that right side draft from EDG. Thought it was a good look. Really like the Kai'Sa angle at the end too. In the Trundle Sivir. You're a pretty happy camper for Kai'Sa in that game, and EDG put it out really well.
It's not too late to join the EDG hype train, Matt. It's not too late.
I've been on a
earlier
lot of crazy hype trains in my life, Rafa. Probably not joining that one. I'm going to stick to my own.
Okay.
You know what? As someone that thinks that the LCK is not going to lose the best of 5 to a non-LCK team at the Riot events this year, send EDG. I'd be thrilled for that train that I'm on. Send them there. Let's see what happens.
I can't wait. And you know what? It would be awesome if
Sorry for being
EDG
a
were
hater.
the ones to deliver the best of 5 victory over an LCK squad. But I will say, some of the things that we can look forward to in at least Game 2 for EDG is more than likely LGD will take blue side again. So EDG are going to be tested once again to see if they can overcome the blue side majority win rate that we have seen in the LPL. Because like I said, Matt, I'm expecting this team to go 20-0 in game score, 10-0 in series score. I want to see them continue doing it, going against all the toughest challenges possible thrown their way.
Well, see if LGD can provide more of a challenge here for Game 2. That was not the case in Game 1.
I thought you just died or something. You went, oh, okay.
I'm working on it. Yeah.
It's a break. Okay. Well, Matt, anytime you need to sub out, you know, we've got plenty of Twitch chatters that would love to analyze in your place. You know, we can.
Really? Please speak up. I'd love to hear from you.
See, it's a challenge, guys. Come on. Step up to the plate. As we take a look at the post-match graphics, this one is the damage charts. I mean, Savior, as Sivir, was trying to do his best to pump out some damage, but if I see an Azir do less damage than Annie, that's tough, man.
That means that the game probably didn't go long enough for you to come back in that category as Azir. As the Annie just kind of pump and dump you in the lane. That's what we saw from Angel and the rest of EDG in that one. As LGD, again, I mean, starting from this fight where Xiaohao sniped the crab, found the kill, found level 6, and really took off. LGD didn't feel like they had much of a chance to play the game, and the choices that they did make to play the game, like where they had edge, had advantage, or opted in the fights, wasn't that good.
Yeah, even the plays that LGD went for, like some of these dives, they would unfortunately drop a death or two, as EDG were able to find great responses. And once again, Palkia, from within 30 days of...
Dude, the Rel Nautilus is damn good on him.
Yeah, like less
there's
than 30
nothing else to
days
say.
of playing on the LDL team for EDG, immediately promoted to the main team. And this guy is just playing with no fear whatsoever.
I mean, sadly, this fight, Sivir just walked through Renekton and Wukong, man. That's... Yeah, it was a blower. I think Azir ult, if it peels for Sivir, it's a maybe. As we didn't see Azir Sivir like really sync up for the Azir ult and the bouncing blades. That can be quite good. And yeah, I mean, again, that game was all EDG. And every game we've seen from EDG so far has pretty much just been all them. It feels like the Group Nirvana team that doesn't really belong in this group. And it's a long ways away until they start playing non-Group Nirvana teams.
Yeah. EDG have yet to play against one other team so far in Split 3. With
Would it
this
be Thunder Talk?
revitalization. No, they played against Thunder Talk, they played against Ultra Prime. I think they have yet to play against LNG. And
Oh, well, that's easy.
yeah, they didn't save the best for last, you know. For me, my biggest concern was, and why I waited to commit to the EDG hype train to Worlds, was until their series against NIP. And they cleaned house on them 2-0. Once I saw that, Matt, for me, that felt like the only real contender to the #1 spot for Group Nirvana. And if NIP couldn't
Yeah, you're
take a
not wrong
game
about
off
that.
them, That's why
I think
EDG is going undefeated.
going from Groot Nirvana of the world, there's like just a really big chunk missing that is usually a little bit more important as you try and see that chunk.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that was really nicely timed. That was really nicely timed.
We're not cooperating today. It's not been good over here.
Are you trying to tell your camera to zoom out again? That's very cute. See, guys, he's muting himself so that he can give his voice commands over to his camera. And now,
spoil the tech we have behind the scenes here, Rafa. They're very innate magician tricks.
you know what?
For broadcasters
This is
we cannot
payback
give
for
away.
you almost spoiling the coach content about why Palkia's rookie energy was motivating the rest of the team. You know,
I just had to prove that words from others are more valuable than words from myself. That's it, Rafa.
Fair enough. And I mean, what else did we expect? Deathless on the Wukong, the main difference maker in those early skirmishes, and being able to leverage that early mid-game snowball that EDG needed to completely blow LGD's back out, and it just ensures that EDG are able to get the first game victory on the board here. We're going to take a short break, y'all, but before we take our break, we want to remind everyone at home, give me 1 second, that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee subscribers who help level up the show. If you don't know, Coffee is the best way to support the stream since almost all of your contribution goes directly to LPL English, and a lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We'll be back with Game 2 right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between LGD and EDG. If you missed out game 1, well, let's just say this, Matt. EDG have had a clean record in their third split of the LPL season so far, and it has remained squeaky clean. LGD did not pose enough of a challenge to stop it so far.
Yeah, Angel continues to impress. Palkia continues to be... I mean, this rookie support looks like he's been playing in the league for 5+ years. It's been so impressive to see what EDG's done. And honestly, I mean, I don't want to say it's been from out of nowhere, because they were the team to beat in Group Nirvana last split, but the manner in which they're going about it this split, it does feel like a very different team.
Yeah, like I said, there is obvious strengths from these individuals before, but I've never seen them play as motivated until this split. And like we said with the clip from their coach talking about what Palkia is kind of inspiring everyone else around him, it's the motivation necessary for EDG to really play like their careers are on the line here. And if they can continue stomping teams here in Group Nirvana, they will be the undisputed team to beat if you are the 8th place team in Group Ascend.
I mean, at the moment, I think they do look better than Team WE and FPX, and it doesn't matter in what group they're in. It's just what we're seeing on the map. Obviously, the Group Ascension teams are pretty tough to beat, but you're the one seed. You're looking at the bottom of Group Ascension, and right now, I think it's a very real threat that those teams don't want to face EDG. So I think it's very fair, and frankly, we're looking for more ways to EDG at least show us more ways they can play and win the game, and also looking for ways that teams can actually challenge them within this group.
Yeah, and so far, EDG, their palette in terms of what drafts they've been able to pilot have been fairly similar. A lot of these mid laners for Angel are ways that they can facilitate Xiao Hao and roam with Palkia very early on into the game. The Annie has been a heavy priority for a lot of EDG's winning series. I won't take that away from them, but to say that Xiao Hao has explicitly been on carries is far from the truth. He's played things like the Trundle and some tanks along the way to make sure that he can step up and frontline for his other carries along the side of EDG, because On is proven to be a pretty darn menace to deal with. ZDZ is playing some pretty damn good League of Legends right now from the top lane, and I mean, what else is there to say about rookie support sensation Palkia, who, like you said, less than 30 days with the org overall before joining in the tier 1 team, and he is playing like he has been here for quite a long time.
The guy's just been good so far. Like, there's nothing else to say. It's been really impressive to see. So hope it can continue. Drew a ban for his rel last game. Definitely something looking out for from him.
While Cubby is dying in the background, we are heading into picks and bans for draft number 2. Twisted Fate being the outlier that I was not expecting, but Varus and Talia all understandably taken off the board away from On and Angel respectively. Pantheon, Yone taken off the board. Maybe looking
for a Rise opener with the TF ban.
I was about to say, do they want to ban the Xin Zhao and limit the highest priority AD skirmisher that you could look for? Because I think some LPL teams are starting to become wary of not going for a Vi super early on into the draft, as it can be punished by other jungle options. LGD, you called for a Rise opener with the Twisted Fate ban, but it looks like it's going to be the Gwen pickup instead.
I will say one of the answers that we've seen into Gwen, it has been the Jax, but I've also seen a lot of comps try and run Azir into it so that you can have the displacement to actually one-shot Gwen in those like early to mid-game fights. Was one of the ways that some of the LPL teams were playing the Gwen when she was like Thanos levels of OP in between split 1 or 2, whenever that original patch came through. Something else we've been seeing, though, this Aurora pick, very much a flex, very playable into Gwen, and honestly, if it's locked in, kind of expect it to be in the hands of ZDZ early.
Yep. EDG can continue to keep their cards hidden about where this Aurora is going to end up being. I imagine that it's time to think about some jungle options if you don't want to reveal anything else on this opener of a draft. Nocturne early on would be bold, but it is a way to give EDG some of that global pressure and power that they love using.
I think one of the reasons you take away TF is to remove some of the global pressure on something like a Gwen, especially when you're looking to split push later on. Nocturne gives you that, and it is a nice way to get on top of Gwen and other members, whatever else LGD wants to draft. So it was taken early, definitely picks that are answerable into Nocturne, but you can see Vi's not one of them. Going to be the Viego Rafa into the Nocturne, so have a way to buffer the fear, but still a tough matchup.
Okay.
And Nocturne's a really happy camper with everything showing so far.
Yeah. When it comes to Viego compositions, I always want someone to go in first before the Viego and a strong source of burst to help Viego reliably get those resets. I'm looking at this Gwen and Galio. I'm not inspired with confidence here, Matt. Galio's more of a follow-up rather than a primary engager unless you find a really good flash taunt angle. But EDG, they're going to remain with the good old reliable shockwave delivery system with Nocturne.
Definitely curious what happens with Alistar this game. I think LGD should ban it, as Perukia might be able to take it early. Alistar, just a real pain to face for your Viego, too. It's so tough to kill the support when a lot of times you're looking to just kill supports and get a reset as Viego. So expect that one to be taken away. And then we'll see if they want to ban the Rel, too, or if they just want to handshake it, because Pelkia's Rel has been fantastic. He's gotten multiple MVPs on the champ. And I think Rel with Nocturne Orianna, just giving Orianna more tools and more go buttons for this comp sounds really good for EDG. So with that banner Rakan, Alistar, Rel's getting through. I don't like the Rakan ban, Rafa. I think taking Rakan away when it's only Nocturne to the front line and you're playing Galio, Viego, Gwen, like they munch Rakan, man.
Yeah. I'm just curious, Matt.
I'm way more scared of Rel Alistar.
Do you think Galio could go support?
Yeah, it's just not good.
Okay. Because I'm still hung up about the lack of overall burst damage from LGD. And if you really want this Viego to thrive and succeed reliably, I mean, on the one hand, EDG doesn't have a tank or like a lot of durability and beefiness, but they could flex their build paths to include a lot of Haunting guys, mask builds, right? This could be a bunch of Leandries just to make Viego's life harder and trying to guarantee those resets. I've just seen too many Viego compositions be picked up early like this, and they don't draft appropriately around it, or they facilitate it. And for the sake of LGD, if they want to put a blemish on EDG's perfect record so far, it's going to have to come in these last two picks.
Senna walked in. I like the pick. I feel like Senna paired with Viego, Galio, Gwen's really strong. It feels like more of a deny for the enemy composition. Kais is also off the board. One of the picks you can play in the Senna. I always play for the one-shots, so curious to see what LGD goes for here. As I expect the Rel to come through, as it's a big deny.
Yep.
So it means it's likely a Senna Braum bot, which isn't as strong. I'm really surprised at the lack of priority here with Rel, because I don't think Nocturne, Senna, Orianna, Aurora is a great comp for Braum either. As you're going to have to pretty much just be responding to everything, and it's hard to proc the winner's bites.
Yeah, I at least appreciate the burst damage, or not the burst damage, the primary engage you get out of Rel, so that Viego's not the one that has to die first, or the Gwen has to set up the Galio engage with the hero's entrance. I'm not too sure about the Xayah. Okay, so with LGD's comp, with the Xayah, it's hard to go forward because you want to receive the dive from Nocturne. It's a good way to answer the paranoia, because as soon as you see him, you know, flying towards you, you pop the Feather Storm, you can kite backwards, you can catch him with the feathers. I guess that's okay, but now this
I think Xayah into Ori Senna is terrible. You don't have to explain anything else to me. Like,
okay.
Orianna makes life so hard for Xayah, because like your Q as Ori, that can be enough to just force Xayah to go up in the air and burn that R. The zoning tools for Xayah, it's really tough for her to deal with. Obviously, you have a way to get out of the Nocturne Orianna combo, which is clutch, but yeah, I'm with you, Rafa. I think that there are ways that EDG can space out their ultimates to milk out the Xayah ult, and if she's not able to go up in the air, she's just not the same champion.
Yeah.
I'm on EDG's draft. I like EDG's draft a lot.
Yep. Because here's the thing. I love watching good Viego play, and as a Viego enthusiast myself, it pains me to not see it really facilitated, because then I am denied a chance to cast, you know, Viego pentakill opportunities, or him just resetting throughout the battlefield. I don't think this is going to be that case for this game for LGD. This looks like an EDG strong draft favored once again.
Now, I think that LGD do have ways to play this one out. You still have Galio in the 2 magic damage solo lanes. It's a little bit more responsive for EDG. Obviously, Nocturne can pull the trigger and has a lot of follow-up, but they can't be quite as proactive. And if there is a world where LGD gets ahead early, the ability for Galio Rel to just throw themselves into EDG and be okay, it's very high. Also, Gwen does give you that late game win con with the split push. Should be set behind early by the Aurora matchup, but I think LGD have ways to play this one out. But yeah, the Xayah, like their team fight, it's going to be tough. And if you can avoid some of the early windows where it's easier to get those Viego resets, really like LGD's team fight, like post 20.
Comps locked in. Let's get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between LGD and EDG.
Dude, Shanghai's got to get bumping. What is this?
They gave Jalios for one team, and then for the other team, all I saw was a thumbs up from that one guy. It's like, yep, that.
Man, that's that bad for LGD, huh?
Yeah, that was like the equivalent of like the one meme of Jonah Hill just going with just like the cutting off motion at the neck, just like just pan away. Not a good look, but it's okay. Maybe LGD can find victory. Who knows? Out of nothing with this game into EDG, which I highly doubt, but maybe it'll come at another series. But I'm looking at EDG, Matt, once again. They have the Shockwave delivery system with Nocturne, and with the Senna Poppy, there are so many champions that you can disrupt. And this just means that Palkia has a chance to look absolutely incredible again by being given the opportunity to play spoiler with this steadfast presence.
Yeah, I do think that Poppy W opportunity for value is very much there. But EDG early on. Gonna have to be the Poppy Senna being a little bit careful. Do think Xayah Rel early, if you get on top of this lane, can be good. Sometimes Senna, you do want to trade a little bit of your HP to at least get stacks and then threaten sustain later on. You see how willing On is to go for some of those trades. A little bit surprised at the priority we actually see at EDG early on here.
They were threatening for that level 2, and immediately Savior and YCX give space out of respect, trying to book it and make sure that they weren't caught in the crossfire for that level 2 advantage.
Xiao is doing a super clear. He went Raptors, Wolves, Gromp. So really trying to get those camps to respawn faster for Nocturne. We'll see how aggressive he wants to play that one out. I do like it a lot, too, and I think Nocturne is a very happy camper this game. Another good interaction in the Xayah. That tether does stick around through Xayah going up in the air. That can be a really big one for Nocturne in this matchup, and definitely something that Xayah doesn't like to see.
Xiaohao is going to skip the red buff, continue going for the smaller camps first, so that he can cycle them as fast as possible. And it'll just accelerate the pace at which he can hit level 6 and then become one of the best level 6 ultimates that we have in this game as Paranoia. It's not just about the global pressure, but it's just the disruption that you bring whenever you are able to just completely blind everyone else, and it really hurts, especially on some of these Nirvana teams where the coordination is really lacking. Now, Climber does show himself on the top side of the map, being able to neutralize this ward that was placed in the Pixel Brush, but it should be enough that ZDZ will not be in danger of being ganked. In fact, has priority. Gonna try to see if he can pressure Climber. He gets the smite off, but is he now in trouble? Will he be forced to flash here? Uses the W to jump away.
If I'm Nocturne, I'm going for... Okay, yeah, I was about to say, you can go contest Viego's Raptors. Yeah, if Climber's clear gets canceled, I think if Xiaohao decides to skip over anything, maybe TP's coming back in the mid. So both of our teams playing for and towards some priority here. Won't be anything too adventurous from Xiaohao besides looking to secure that bot crab, of course, and should be able to do so with bot lane having push and Viego already being on that reset.
I will say one of the things that Xiaohao will have to be a little cognizant about, if he goes for this crab and then he goes for the immediate spawn on both his Wolves and Gromp before basing, Climber will have an opportunity where he has a slightly stronger base now that he's sitting on this recurve bow and this other dagger. If he wants to try and force a fight, Xiaohao will be down in combat stats. It's a small window that LGD could try and take advantage of.
He's basing after Wolves, though. And I do like how Climber's going for the Kraken, at least. I assume that. I don't think we're gonna get any Bork shenanigans here.
Yeah.
But I imagine it's just gonna be Wolves to base, then we avoid that window. Only window here is like, are you able to do Drake? But it'd be a really early and threatening Drake.
Xiaohao should be smart enough to not even try and give Climber an opportunity where
Or
he's
he's
fighting
reset. Yeah,
down
he's
stats.
resetting.
Yeah. I was saying if like Climber was gonna try to and proactively invade, since he does have priority from his bottom side of the map to try and find Xiaohao on those cams, but to be honest, I'm not even sure if he knows that Xiaohao went for this super clear route, and now Sasa does put down a ward on this Krug camp, so they're gonna have information now.
It's not going to be a stride breaker first on Xiaohao. You learned that from item he's got here.
On is forced to flash here, but good wall slam by Palkia keeps YCX locked up. A root from Senna gets a little bit of extra damage onto the support.
It's not worth it all.
Yeah, LGD, definitely happy about that trade.
Yeah, I think the EDG is happy about that trade. Like that's a lot burned by YCX to get. I know that they got sums off of On, but I think that this can lead to Dragon. Because the conditions now of LGD are not good. You can see YCX has to base now and has actually already secured that TP. So, okay, you might be right, Rafa. I think that's okay. Definitely saves some of the Dragon prio, and it actually might be a look top. As
Xiaohao does not have the level 6,
yeah, there's
though,
no
so
6.
It's a little difficult.
I think he gets it off Raptors. He'll be close. Yeah, look at his XP bar. See it bottom left of the screen right now. I think he's going to get it off this. We'll see if Climber's able to deny. It's going to be very scary for Climber if he doesn't get this camp.
Oh, good snipe by Climber. Yep. That's nice. That stops or at least delays the level 6 from coming online that much sooner. Grubs are not available to take. That would have been a really nice window if that was the case, because then you would have had no threat to deal with, but we're still about a minute and 10 seconds before that neutral objective does spawn. Xiaohao, however, is now on the bottom side of the map. Will he look for a red buff invade while Climber's on the top side? He could.
I like this a lot. I don't think that his bot lane's in the place where they can do the Drake, but he definitely has the info to snag this one away from Climber. Really cute from Xiaohao, actually. Because if Climber did just ding 6, Xiaohao will hit 6 off this. His TP comes back in from Poppy.
Gotta be careful, though. Angel is pinging that XUW is on the way, but Xiaohao just hit level 6. He has to use the Paranoia and fly to the bot lane where they can force the slam and the Featherstorm out of Savior, but now the crash down will lock him down. This could be bad for EDG. Xiaohao flashes away and will have to sacrifice his support as a price for his sins.
I liked the idea coming out of EDG, but the answer from LGD was better. As Climber and XQW, they were on top of that one looking for a bot plays. Again, the resets have not come through by the marksman. So definitely an opportunity to take down Senna, who is especially low in that scenario. And yeah, Palkia get a fall. First Nocturne ult, not successful, Rafa. And it is the first Drake going over to the LGD.
Yeah, they didn't even burn a real summoner spell out of Savior. It was only his cleanse, but he still has his flash. His Featherstorm will come up by the time the Paranoia is off cooldown again. So Savior is not necessarily threatened anytime soon. Palkia trying to hang around mid lane with the Hex Flash, but he shouldn't be in trouble. Q stun, yeah, it's going to be annoying, but not enough damage going to be coming through anytime soon.
I'm disappointed about the Steadfast Presence. A little bit of game to play with Rel. Where sometimes if you get hit by the Q stun, you just have to throw the W out before to make sure that the follow-up can't be the W and the crash down. So if you bleed that out, sometimes you get more angles. You see Sasa trading his ult to kill the wave. ZDZ will get to clear this wave for free without Aurora ult because you are Aurora.
Yeah.
But it is the swap coming in and Grub's going through to LGD. Should be first.
Oh, Climber can't finish off the second grub. Okay, so now it's one apiece. And Xiaohao has a smite of his own.
No smite.
YCX looks for the Q stun, but can't go for the crash down because he was rooted by Senna on the way out. This at least ensures that LGD will not get all 3 grubs.
Okay. It is still Nocturne farming afterwards. I think that Xiaohao should take these 2 camps, reset, and then go try and attack the LGD bot side, wherever they see Climber exit. He will have a pretty big base after this, and then maybe that second ultimate can hit.
YCX still roaming to the top side. Maybe trying to look for something on the ZDZ, knowing that he is out of his ultimate. Would at least try to burn his flash off cooldown so that they can look for a punish on the next visit. But he is spotted on that ward, so ZDZ should be safe for now. Xiaohao may be looking for a gank of his own, but he's just here covering as EDG pushes out this wave.
Actually, never mentioned the fact it's also on fleet for this matchup. Definitely provides a little bit more sustain against the Aurora, but you can't proc Grasp, which Grasp Gwen is definitely a thing, and does help you cheat what is a very difficult early lane phase. We have seen Aurora really emerge as a counter and an answer to Gwen. Just having the range, then your passive being so easy to proc and so ridiculously stuffed with stats does make for a pretty good matchup into Gwen.
Yeah. The movement speed must be nice too on the fleet Keystone, just so that you can help close the distance or help yourself get out of any bad trades that the Aurora is trying to exact upon you. Xiaohao now trying to look at that paranoia, as you called it. Bot lane focus was the play, as XQW does manage to create enough distance, but Palkia is here alongside Xiaohao. Angel has the shockwave available, could try and pull him in, but XQW is getting a lot of respect, and Climber is going to reveal himself now that he's cast the Shroud Path on this side of the map.
I think LGD, they just don't see any popping. They're kind of playing this chill / cautiously. All their wards are on the top side, so some good understanding here by XQW that he is the play / he's the one under threat. Able to escape with not too much loss. We'll say CS matchups we did have, of course, both soul lanes being counterpicked by EDG, and props to ZDZ and Angel, who have both been able to cash in at least on the CS.
And Climber is the first one on the map with this power spike. Kraken Slayer was finished pretty rapidly. We talked about how good the new Kraken Slayer is when we were discussing On's Kaisa build last game. It does benefit someone like Viego, who it is so important to get those resets as fast as possible. And hang on, Palkia with the Hex Flash Wall Slam. They find Climber on top of a ward. He's got the flash, the Dawning Shadow, not enough. Climber lives with a sliver of HP.
I didn't see the tether from Xiaohao, so I don't know what happened there, but that could have been the difference because that is tick damage when the tether's down. I didn't see how Climber got out of it. So if we do, I don't think we're going to get a replay of that given that no blood went over, but that could have been a difference maker. Again, just didn't see the animation there, guys. I don't know if anyone at home could have seen it for themselves. That was a quick bang play. As Palkia, a good setup there, and man, what a potential snipe from On. I mean, had some info from the vision, but pretty much was trying to guess where Climber R flashed to. That was almost really clever and really well played.
It's almost unfortunate that Xiaohao did not have a flash of his own to follow after Climber for the play to guarantee it, but it is now a Viego without flash. Obviously, the Heartbreaker gives you a nice way to disengage from a fight if you are picked off, but Climber will have to operate with a little bit more caution because the next time that Xiaohao is on the hunt looking for this Viego, trying to shut him down, he's going to have less safety to do so with. The second dragon of the game has spawned, and right now LGD should be the first ones to start up this objective.
It is the experimental Hexblade from the Nocturne, so when he presses R, we'll get that big boost afterwards, too. No Stride Breaker to start. See if that ends up being second. Is EDG posturing. Perukia hasn't popped the W yet.
Yeah. Perukia is in trouble now. The Steadfast Presence doesn't do anything, and that's the first reset for Climbers, and he's now the Poppy. Shockwave catches them both. Big damage from ZDG with the Between the Worlds. Savior under fire. Already used the Featherstorm, and now EDG is the one pressing forward. The Paranoia has yet to be used. Xiaohao using so much restraint to not pop the ultimate yet because they were winning so heavily without it.
ZDZ had a sick fight there. Hit the huge Between Worlds, was a double dashing around, actually found a great angle onto Savior, hit the full combo onto the Xayah. Didn't fall, but did force Savior out of the fight as EDG did win that one out on the long haul. Sasa didn't TP down, was able to catch back up a little bit on the Gwen. I think that's okay for LGD. You always want to get Gwen resources, but a good use of the TP from ZDZ as it does secure his team the 1-for-1 of the Dragon.
Yeah, and the way this starts out, it's great by LGD. They know that Angel's way too far away to make on the play, so it's just fast by XQW to guarantee the first reset.
Palkia did his best to get on out of there, but that taunt from Galio is pretty deadly. Shockwave is pretty null because the Galio holds onto it, but look at this Between Worlds. As Savior did go up in the air to dodge out on the R damage, but yeah, got hit by the full combo, forced to flash out, forced out of the fight, enabled the EDG to win that one out in long haul, and that's what we're scared of as this game continues, Rafa. is if the shotgun composition from LGD can be caught by EDG, the ability to win the long fight with the zoning, the spacing from Aurora, Orianna, Senna, and then Poppy just helping them hold the line. It's going to be really tough if LGD doesn't have a big connection with their first set of abilities in ours.
Yeah. Not sure if EDG are going to be contesting for this one. On is able to at least fight for mid prio and crash this wave in, but it looks like an unchallenged Rift Herald going into pockets of LGD. So I have a quick question, Matt. I thought Xiaohao had Nocturne ultimate for that fight and just chose not to use it, but then when I watched the replay, it showed that it was ticking off cooldown. So
I think it was experimental hexplate and spectate bug, Rafa. I'm gonna have faith that he would have pressed the R key.
Man. Freaking darn spectate bug, and Perugia is caught out again. This is
Palkia. I agree with you on that one. I said Perugia next.
Okay.
That's on me.
We're committing to Palkia. Okay,
We're committing to the legendary. Yes.
Yes.
As oh wow, that race for first brick was actually I believe secured by ZDZ. That impacts feats. No, I apologize. It is LGD. They got first brick there. That was close. Very close on the race for first bricks, but feet secured there by LGD. So they will get the big boots, and we have seen a couple rookie moments from Palkia this game, proper.
So for all the EDG series, this is normal. There are games where Palkia has some pretty pop-off moments, and there's like almost no flaws whatsoever, which makes it pretty remarkable considering he is a rookie. And then we have games like this where Palkia is a little isolated and lonesome, and getting
harder
caught
on the
out.
Poppy.
And
Yeah.
you know what? Because he's a rookie, I'm willing to forgive it. Because usually he's able to turn around and still find great plays after the map. Or
Yeah,
after
I mean,
the fact, I should say.
his team still has the gold lead, looking at trading outers here, which is A-okay for EDG, so is responsible for all the deaths on his team. I think one was just, other two were oopsies, but still, Palkia, see if he can continue to make a positive impact. Wasn't able to get that Keeper's Verdict channel or off in the last fight, so kind of hard to play that one out, as that's a good steadfast presence to stop XQW from going in. Kind of clever there, trying to hide the, take the E at the end of the center route. See if you can hide that one.
Defensive play by EDG so far. Angel should be able to pick up this turret on the top side of the map. He does so without any response from LGD. But LGD don't get a chance to go for an immediate Drake stacking win condition since the second one was secured by EDG. They are now tied in dragons apiece. Gold lead wise, it is slightly in EDG's favor, and we didn't really get a chance to touch back upon the scaling factors, which composition is more on the
EDG.
clock, or if there is
We're happy
even
with
on the
EDG.
clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EDG likes time. Time is going to be their friend this game. And LGD, they tried to make a couple of fast plays with XQW, just dropping waves to be grouped, and because they haven't connected like that play mid, that's Angel just took top lane completely uncontested and has cracked open a significant CS lead now over his opponent. So even in the inaction, we do have LGD at least trying to create some action and not being proactive enough to connect against EDG. I mean, top lane's just been a dead lane for LGD for the last couple of minutes here, Rafa. No one's been up here to answer Angel. And letting Orianna scale for free like this, that's pretty dangerous. I am not a fan.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I wasn't a fan of. Oh, Paranoia, where are we going? Onto the bottom side of the map. Good stun by Palkia, set into the wall. XQW is under fire. And yeah, that's a dead Galio on our screen. LGD gonna have to drop their mid laner and walk
It's a dead
away.
dragon. Yeah, look at this. Like, Angel got top to +1. Gwen is answering. Angel resets, gets to answer bot for free, and now it's a free dragon because XQW was picked. And some of the struggles for LGD kind of continuing here, Rafa, is I feel like they've really failed to make this game a fast enough pace for what their comp needs. And we have seen XQW, I think in particular, just not have a great set of 2 games today. As the Azir was kind of flat in a couple of these team fights, now getting caught a little bit on the Galio. Definitely falling pretty far behind. And going to be very expensive later on because Angel has been funneled a lot.
Yep.
Ooh.
Being able to free farm on Orianna is definitely a mid laner's dream, and unfortunately for XQW, he's not living the dream, he's living a nightmare. Forced to flash and still dying in the end.
Again, it was a good Nocturne game. Nocturne very happy into a Gwen Viego Galio topside. He doesn't have the Beyblades that Ambessa does now, but he was the original Beyblader with the passive. You know, actually pretty happy in that scenario.
The old lethal tempo builds too would often see Nocturne just starting to really get the blender going.
Oh yeah,
If you're
I
a
mean,
fan of-
I played that TFT set.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I hit diamond in that
Right.
set. It was set
Me
2.
too, man. High five. I'll dap you up on that. And EDG right now, they're trying to hit diamond or at least higher rank in being able to close this game in as clean a fashion as possible. As while Cubby is not on the EDG to Worlds hype train, he is definitely a believer in EDG having the better composition and the means to close this game out in, for his sake, as rapid of a fashion as possible.
I'm just enjoying being on the other end of a delusional take. Usually I'm on your side, Marvel, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can't all tweet out JoJo-inspired top 5 jungle
I know.
duo every year.
It takes a special mind to craft that one up, which is why I respect the take overall, Rafa. But I'm not signing on for this one.
Sure, that's totally fine, and I'll get a chance to dunk on you once they finish
Absolutely.
the season undefeated. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, I do favor them in this game and series. They're gonna have to find some control.
Oh
Bot.
my goodness, Palkia,
Okay.
another flash, bang, and yeah, that's YCX's flash gone. Has to respect that potential pick
That's a
off
good
EDG.
trade. Rel's flash is scary, man. Poppy's flash can only do so much. Rel's flash can completely change a team or a team fight. So I think that's a good worth trade for Palkia, as LGD is taking full control over this bottom side, and well, missing one ward right on the Otacon. EDG will see them start it, and ZDZ gonna short his TP to get involved.
Does Xiaohao just steal
YCX
this?
has not been
With the-
spotted. Oh boy.
LGD are now trying to pull off the Otacon. Xiaohao has been exhausted, but he goes for the isolated
Oh, he was
target
caught!
at XQW. He was not with the rest of the team. So it's just so easy for Xiaohao to get a freebie escape, and the Shockwave will group them all together. There's the Viego gone, and once the Viego's gone for this composition, there's absolutely no hope for LGD. In closing out this game, EDG just continuing to put Savior and Sasa further and further away from the objective, and EDG are running away with this one again.
That fight, Rafa, was not even close, as XQW was caught out, Galio taken down, and you called it afterwards, Viego. No chance for a reset. Felt like LGD were just fighting from behind in that fight since they started hitting the Otacon. EDG able to easily clean it up, taking inner turrets for themselves, and start to set some distance between them and their opponents here in this game, Rafa.
As much as I love seeing EDG continue to fulfill the prophecy of the 20-0 dream, this was less of a EDG well played and more of a LGD, what are you guys doing?
I mean, to be fair, when LGD did beat LNG, I feel like LNG kind of incident to them. This was one where XQW was just going for an angle on EDG that was not needed. And he never even got his ultimate off in this one. As the hero's entrance was not even a hero's exit. Just focused down, really provided Xiaohao with not only the escape route, but also the doom for the rest of his team. Definitely a rough team fight there from XQW. As now, I mean, we're talking about Soul Point being on the table for EDG, and LGD's comp to run out of time and run out of fuel in the tank here to try and win this one.
Yeah. Fourth dragon of the game is coming up in the next 45 seconds. EDG, only a 3,000 gold lead for themselves here, but a majority of the advantage is in Angel's pockets. In fact, it's pretty much in Angel's pockets. He's at 2.5 items. XQW hasn't even finished his second. This man's on food stamps, Matt. This is not good.
He's on PVC pipes.
That's tough.
I just tried to think of a 3-letter acronym to fit an item that wasn't XQC. Because XQC has money.
It's XQW, man. It's okay. But I can see where your mind was cooking. Palkia just popping the ghost he got from the Unsealed Spellbook and just walking in, striking the fear of God into the hearts of LGD, making sure that they have to
real
respect
flag.
space. EDG trying to play for priority in the mid wave first. LGD trying to burn down this dragon before Xiaohao can walk on over and steal it under their noses, but they have a ward right on top of it, so they know that it's 3,000 HP right now. Paranoia, they've turned out the lights. Xiaohao yet to go onto a target, finally just tagging on the front line as well. And oh my god, Xiaohao just steals the dragon away. Go ahead and just put them out of their misery, EDG. Savior trying to do whatever he can, but gets blown up by On and ZDZ. Put the fries in the bag and just wrap it up, bro.
Oh, this was not a close series. EDG continues to be the team to beat. Only has one more team to beat here in Group Nirvana as they're cruising to an 8-0, Rafa. Looking damn good along the way. And LGD, these setups have just not been it, man. This has not even been close to being a close game.
What was a 3,000 gold lead has doubled in size to now a 6,000 gold advantage. EDG will take the Baron pretty much on spawn and should be a couple more solid fights from being able to close out this game. But if it's anything like game one, it might be a bit of a slow burn. Hopefully not too slow, because at this point, LGD, your chances of trying to come back in this game has to be Climber pulling off a 1v9 Viego performance. Maybe he can start now, at least with a steal on the Baron. YCX stunning out Angel on the left side,
Okay,
but Xiaohao is clutch with the smite. Climber at least able to find the first reset onto Palkia, trying to chase now, looking for Angel, but the Paranoia has given them the cover of darkness. Angel still getting pursued by Climber now, looking for this Orion that the Shockwave pulls Climber right back in, but he still falls. And for LGD's sake, it's a couple shutdown bounties going into their pockets, but they still lose the Baron.
Yeah, it's not going to change the course of this game by any means here, Rafa. I think they're going to try and clean up the map a little bit before their map gets set on fire by the 3 Baron buffs they will have to face, involving EDG. Xiaohao does knock down mid, and ZDZ gonna look to find Climber to take his ult away from him. And man, even there, Climber didn't even get in the pit to have a chance to steal. I thought that there was an angle there where he had a real chance to get in and actually threaten the Baron, so I'm kind of okay. We're gonna get the original replay. I mean, Palkia, like, I don't get the solo engage onto Palkia, and then Palkia is able to so easily control this fight because, like, where is Galio? Rel went in solo. There was no damage to follow up. It was meant to create space to take the dragon, which was stolen by the Nocturne, by the way. And then Galio comes in kind of like for funning on a solo mission in the back half as he gets Top Gun Maverick with his flight in the back. He gets goosed.
Yep. Not a good look, Matt.
No, not good. It's tough. It has been tough for LGD. A team that, like, this was the team that we were excited about at Split 1. This was the team that we were frankly hoping to be in the scenario that EDG is here to take this core of 3 LDL champions from BLG and actually turn them into something at this level. And it feels like this team has regressed over time, which is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, considering that LGD with Nio towards the end of Split 2 was looking to make a resurgence, and some of those developmental
They did
pieces.
make a resurgence.
Well, unfortunately, Ninjas in Pajamas also wanted to make a resurgence and said, we need to get rid of Aki. Nio, come join our team. Come play for us. We're going to take you to the promised land. And while NIP has, you know, gotten some successful series, they didn't win against EDG. So they're going to have to bring it the next time those two teams meet, as EDG is currently sieging into the base of LGD, playing through both top and the mid waves at the moment. Double Baron empowered Canyon minions laying waste to the towers.
I think LGD's time is up. So, okay, Sasa is going to be the start.
Forces the flash out Angel. Xiaohao dashing onto YCX, who was looking for a flank of his own, but now when this Rel is isolated, there's no damage to really bail this Rel out. Gonna get a chance to at least delay the inevitable, but finally falls. And now EDG have a 5-on-4 advantage guaranteed, as they can now break open these inhibitor structures. Making their way through the mid-wave first. Climber and the rest of the LGD crew can't do a damn thing. They are helpless as they watch the beginning of their base crumbling.
So, Top Esports versus JDG next, Rafa.
Yeah.
Should be a good one, huh?
Oh, that's gonna be a fun one. I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about, and you know, former EDG alumni in Wink being reunited with Shun, who both made some of their earliest memories in the LPL on IG when they first were coming up. That's been a happy reunion, at least, you know, those two being able to play on the same team again.
Yeah, we'll
when
see.
it comes to play, that's a
Be a
it's
good
different
test
story with
today.
growing pains. Yeah.
Meanwhile-
Hex flashing in, looking for Climber, forcing him to flash. Still has the Heartbreaker if he wants to look for those resets. EDG
It already looks
positioning
bad for
around
LGD.
the Ocean
Rafa.
Soul, and just
Yeah.
this is gonna be a tough one.
Climber
I mean,
can't
LGD,
base.
They have to fight.
Yeah.
They have to fight.
They do. Senna poke is significant. On sitting at 94 souls right now, but doing a good job keeping pace. YCX hero engage. Uh-oh.
Flash Magna Storm, but he only finds Palkia, and yeah, he just got owned by Palkia's Poppy there. Angel under fire, but the Shockwave will buy him enough space, and Xiaohao takes out the Reset King in Climbers Viego. And yeah, just like that, the front line's gone, and Savior says, please guys, I'm just a Zaya, have mercy, but there is no mercy in Palkia's house. EDG pick up of the other ace, and they're gonna clean this series 2-0.
Ocean Soul required. EDG continues to look like the team to beat in Group Nirvana, as they're gonna move to a 4-0 series score. Have not dropped a game along the way. Rafa doing it with some style, and you said it, Palkia can make some rookie mistakes on the map, but was able to come back and stymie any potential engages from LGD. And frankly, there was nothing in the tank for LGD. This was a bit of a bummer, the showing from them, as EDG just smoked them from start to finish.
EDG continue the hype train. I'm believing it, y'all. It's not too late to join. 20-0 incoming, I'm telling you, as they now move to 4-0 in series and 8-0 in game score.
Been impressive for EDG. Again, this looks like a team where Group Nirvana is just not where they should be. Makes us hopefully excited for the playoff and play-in stages. Pretty crazy. I think we got 8 weeks of LPL. We're in week 2, and EDG's one series away from being halfway through their round, or halfway through the regular season split for them. So it has been pretty wild, but hey, it's been a really good start for them. I know that clip of Aaron just talking about how Palkia coming in has really forced the team to think about how to play together. And Palkia's been doing a great job of, you know, fitting the mold for the team, but also making some of his own plays. I think the engages that he's been taking have been really sound. So whatever's getting EDG to that point, props to them. It's looked damn good in the Rift. And that was a bummer for LGD, who it's hard for me to get hopes up for this team the way that I was able to get my hopes up for them, like the likes of Split 1, where we did really see them be a good team. We had them as the strongest team that didn't make Split 1 playoffs as a broadcast.
I mean,
and
this was
they feel like they can't even make the play-in stage now to Group Nirvana.
Yeah, this was a team where they were contesting top esports before they made their lower bracket run to win Split 1 finals.
I think it was like a close 4-game series or 4 or 5-game series against them in Split 1. I mean, yeah.
That was impressive, and that's why we were originally on the LGD hype train, especially around that core coming from the LDL, where they were very successful. But unfortunately, it has not looked great in recent weeks here, Matt, and I don't know if something needs to happen with, you know, behind the scenes, if morale needs to improve somewhere that's not on the actual Summoner's Rift, but, you know, maybe more team dinners, you know, that post-victory celebration one against LNG.
Nice.
It looked nice, you know, but they're going to have to find other ways to continue helping elevate their play.
You got to earn those, you know?
I mean, that's fair.
Team dinners after a loss are just not the same.
Yeah, those might be group therapy sessions instead of like celebration.
Oh, I remember we went to a Cracker Barrel once after a loss because it was the only thing open late. And then we ran into the team that beat us, and we walked in, we're like, oh crap, this is depressing. And they were like, oh, it was fun at the end, but it was really funny to walk in. It's like, yeah, no offense, we really didn't want to see you guys here, you know? It's a good time.
Yeah, no, I can sympathize with that, but I cannot.
We beat them in the Cracker Barrel tea game, at least. You know, like when you move the teas, we got revenge for that.
Yeah. But regarding EDG, I can't state enough. Like, we've talked about before that this team has individuals with decent records in the past. Angel, probably the most prestigious one, being a world finalist in 2020 with Suning Gaming, right? But you know, the rest of these players, Xiaohao and ZDZ, they've been playing in LPL for a while, since 2021. You have On, who's been around for a couple years now in LPL, you know, going from team to team to team. Palkia really is the only rookie here, but the fact that his presence is elevating, or at least inspiring everyone else around him to play at a form that we really haven't seen consistently across all of season 2025 so far. That's why I'm, you know, and for some, I'm way too early on the hype train, but I'm very optimistic for all the good reasons, you know, and I sincerely believe in it. So we'll see how it pans out, but I think with EDG already taking down NIP decisively 2-0 early on, I think that's the only team that can challenge EDG for at least dropping a game, let alone a full series.
You don't have to use I think, Mark. You're just right. And they smacked NIP too. So, yeah, I mean, at the moment, everything looks great for EDG. Again, LGD, I'm disappointed a little bit in the struggles. I don't think they set themselves up for success with this draft either. And we did see how difficult it was for Xayah Rel later on in the game when you missed out on those first few big opportunities to Wombo. Them getting outranged and gapped by the Aurora, Orianna, Senna. Like, it's a really tough game to be Xayah in. So I know that we talked a little bit about some of the issues that we've had with LPL teams and how they draft as a whole. This is definitely one where I feel like they drafted in a way like the Xayah Rel later on. You're really playing to brute force your comp and not respecting the range and the threat Orianna, Senna can have on you. And it did not pay off for LGD. It was a rough game for Savior, rough game for XQW and overall.
Yeah, I just have a big issue anytime you're drafting a composition that clearly wants to go forward, and then you put Xayah in it. Like, it's just so hard for Xayah to walk up because you're, like, playing almost an antithesis style to how you want to operate as Xayah, because it's so hard for you to use your feathers to your advantage if you have to walk up ahead of your feathers rather than allowing the enemy to walk into you so you can stack and then get that massive rake.
And we saw Savior fail to do so with some of those. Yeah, I mean, it's not just that. I mean, there were some individual plays that were mistakes, but also with LGD, I just didn't see where they were going with some of their setups. This was one where the Otacon fight, having XQW approach him where he did, that didn't make sense to me. LG are not doing themselves any favors with how they were setting up some of these objectives either. So I think there's a lot to go back in the drawing board. I know with the clips that we ran earlier before the show, which the guys, you know, aren't usually around LPL English. You know, we might have some other people watching us tonight that don't usually, as LCK is done on. We have pre-shows. We try and do like 5-10 minutes before the matches start. To have some bonus things that makes us really unique to some of the co-streamers that are out there that cover the LPL. But the clips we showed, like LNG kind of handed them games to win. And we didn't see LGD get off those good starts by their own play. And definitely saw some of the objective setups. Like, I mean, by now the game's over. But again, I don't think they were doing themselves any favors by trying to have good setups and manufacture wins or positive scenarios there. And that's a real bummer. Like, that's something where you look at games and it's like, we're going to lose games consistently if we can't do that right. Yeah,
like the one advantage that I thought LG were going to attempt to leverage was when YCX burned both summoner spells off of On Senna early on. You have Rel with Viego and then Galio to roam over, and you had enough time where it was level 6, On was still down summoner spells. Force a dive, guarantee that snowball for yourself. They got the first kill onto Palkia just because Xiaohao was a little too disrespectful with the invade on the red buff and he had to sacrifice his support to get out, but you know, they never went back on that play. And for MVPs, it goes over to Angel for the Orianna. I guess I really can't complain because Xiaohao wasn't necessarily, you know, dictating the game as strongly as he was in game 1 on the Wukong. He was... I'm trying to think if, like, I agree with this, if there's anyone else that was more deserving, because honestly, I thought it was going to be ZDZ on the Aurora. But I don't know.
That's a pretty decent shout. I actually think that's a good shout, Rafa. I thought ZDZ had a really good series today, regardless.
Yeah.
And I felt like the Angel MVP was more of XQW contributing than Angel at times, who was kind of doing his job. But yeah, I agree with that. I thought ZDZ had more proactive, positive plays.
But it's okay. That closes out our first series of the night, y'all. EDG walking away now 8-0 in game score, 4-0 in series score. The undefeated hype train. It's going to be real. I guarantee it. When we come back after this break, it's going to be our second and final series of the night between
Goody.
Top Esports and JDG.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for our final series of the night between JDG and Top Esports. Now, this, on paper, should be a banger. However, there are some concerns about JDG and some of the growing pains they have with the new additions to the roster in Wink and Xiaoshu, just based on some of the early play we have witnessed from their two series so far, Matt.
Yeah, it has been a few growing pains. I don't think that they've been a team that's been on the same page, but honestly, I don't think they're as far away from finding victories as I think some of the community thinks after going through some of the tape. And an opportunity to do so tonight against Top Esports, who do have a few series scores wins, but it has been close besides the series against FPX so far.
Well, let's take a look at what JDG is feeling for tonight. Should be the same roster that they have been for the start of Split 3. Xiaoshu in the top lane, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, Pays and Wink at bottom and support with Coach Clearlove in the lineup. And I would really like to dive deeper into where you feel like the real faults are lying with JDG, because, as you said, you feel like the tape is not necessarily the part where it has the most faults, where it is to blame, but you actually have a bone to pick with Coach Clearlove.
Yeah, Coach Clearlove has not been setting his team up for maximum success. So we pulled a few drafts, and we're going to... Is Clearlove the problem? Well, guys, drafting is always a team thing. But as a team, I'd hope that we realize that if we pick Azir Alistar, Rookie gets a pretty good Silas angle, and Rookie, he ended up baptizing JDG with this game. It was a 26.5 minute win over there on IG. No chance. Then go to another game against IG game 2. Now, they actually ended up losing this one too. I thought they played this one out okay, like it's winnable, but it's a lot of early game for a Nefiri win con, and Jarvan gets a very, very happy game that he gets to play into Jarvan plus Annie, so always a real way to pressure. I believe that Varus kind of went on hit or shifted things up here. The Aurora Flex was also pretty deadly in this game, so I thought IG had a real edge in draft. And then against WE, the game they dropped against them, you go Jhin, Jarvan, Annie, and you're picking Annie into Sion plus Aurora. Like, you're signing up to just be able to never, ever, ever kill that Sion in the game, and that sure as hell is what ended up happening. So I think that JDG, like, we've yet to really see an identity from them that works, but also we're just seeing some blunders in draft where I think they've made the game a lot harder on them than what it needed to be.
And the shame is that when we were looking at the end of regular season Split 2 for JDG, they were boasting some of the best individual performances from a couple of their key carries in their role. I think a lot of the community was starting to put PES as the undisputed best performing ADC in his role by the end of Split 2 regular season. A lot of people were contesting that Shun should be number 1 in the spot, or at least contesting the likes of Kanavi and Tarzan by the end of the regular season, just because he was putting on so many strong performances to keep JDG afloat in that top 3, top 4 conversation. It does come down to the rest of the supporting cast to make sure that they are doing their part. And while Scout has a pedigree that is very, very remarkable and, you know, very important to the legacy of LPL, he has not had his best games this season.
No. And we pulled some clips from JDG where we see a little bit of a struggle. In this one, I thought that Wink burning his spells, like he has flash and ult up, and he just doesn't use them to find a power play. So for this was a little bit of indecision for me. Also, some of the drafts that we did see as well. This is game 2 against WE, where they're going to take a split approach to try and get the Otacon, which they're already late for. They can never get in. And then the split approach, they just get absolutely picked apart on both sides. So again, indecision and not being together as a team. I think you pick one entrance to play for and play for hard. By playing for both, they never got close to the objective and ended up just being late and getting ran down. And then the last clip, this is where I think like things are a little bit closer for JDG. This is a really good setup by Wink and Shushu. They just are only able to get a 1-for-1, right? I think Scout has kind of a rough fight. And we have seen Scout have a couple of rough fights, like the Annie fight, the first clip that played. He didn't do anything in that one. And this one, I don't think that he moved well. Like, he's trying to fight the backline. He just should be trying to kite south down to join his team. He lost a lot of HP for nothing. But, yeah, again, I think that we're closer for JDG. Like, while some of these clips don't look great, like, Wink, please pull the trigger here, right? Like, that for me is where this is actually a decent scenario if JDG and Wink are able to go. So it may look ugly in the end. We're not actually as far off for me. It's just easy to be like, okay, we have to go. You have flash ult. Please go somewhere, right? That's an easier fix than like what we've seen with some other teams.
And for the benefit of the doubt, this is now JDG's upcoming 3rd overall series in Split 3 with 2 new additions to their roster, with Clearlove at the helm of the coaching role. So Xiaoshu coming off of that RNG roster that went to the Shadow Realm, and Wink coming from EDG, because it is a nice reunion with him and Shun, who were former teammates when they both made their come up on IG. But we got to get ahead to the other side of Summoner's Rift to see who JDG is facing off against. Currently undefeated in series, and at the top of the table in Group Ascent, it is Top Esports. 369, Kanavi, Cream, Jackie Love, and Hong at support.
Yeah, support carousel hitting Top Esports too. Is Hong going to make an appearance here? Going to try and pair up better for Top Esports and Jackie Love. And to be fair, early on, Jackie Love has had a very hot start to the season.
I'm very, very on board the Jackie Love train this time around. Split 2, I thought that he was having far too many inconsistencies given the pedigree that he has had, and, you know, the finals MVP title that he was given after being able to pick up his first trophy in the LPL in the last 5 years. Or just many times, at least for Top Esports, to then have a disappointing showing at first stand, and then Top Esports having the crash out at 5th and 6th at the hands of WE, which was quite generational of an upset win by WE. But Top Esports have bounced back for the most part, and Jackie Love, for me, has to be the person that is continuing to be the standout carry for this roster, because he has been the franchise player for this org for so long. And when we look at him going up against PES, who is our standout, potentially undisputed ADC in Split 2, this is a hell of a matchup that we have for our last series of the night.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, like, if you take the year as a whole for LPL, probably the 2 best performing ADs we've had. You got to throw Hope in there, but that'd be the 3rd, right? With Hope and Elk as well. I mean, these guys are studs in their role. I think PES has adapted really well to the LPL, and even though JDG as a team hasn't been getting the results that they exactly wanted to, PES has been a big part of the positive results that JDG have had. So we'll see if he can continue. At least what his Split 2 performance was fantastic. I think that Jackie Love's had a little bit of a better start to the season, as JDG have had a couple of struggles, but PES still a very strong player we have in the league, and definitely a marquee matchup in the bot lane tonight.
And for the sake of both of these bot laners, they have had to get adjusted to some growing pains working with a new support in their lineup as well, since, as we said before, Wink coming in for JDG this split, Hong swapping with Crisp from Weibo now for the lineup of Top Esports. And both of these supports, I feel like have yet to come into a confident stride for this roster, even in their wins. So we are still looking for more before we are ready to say, yes, Hong definitely is now really, really helping Top Esports guarantee a lot of these wins. Wink is helping JDG guarantee these wins. We're not quite at that stage yet. But here we go, Matt. Game 1 of the draft between Top Esports as they take the blue side against JDG on red side.
All right, do we have an Azir ban for JDG? As Cream, Azir has been pretty good so far this year. Azir definitely a champ that everyone's pretty much willing to first pick, as the base HP and the bonus AP ratio on the W has been pretty nice. And we'll see if that ends up being snagged here for Cream. Definitely the expectation, yep. Locked on in. Now, was the Poppy ban to set up a potential Xin Zhao for JDG? Or are they going to go the route of the Trundle?
Yeah, I would imagine that if you lock in an early AD skirmisher, you have to go for the Trundle. Otherwise, you're just opening yourself up to get counterpicked. They could look for maybe an Aurora snag if they wanted to look for that as the option into the Azir or something different. I like the Yone. The Yone has been kind of that counterpick that does scale nicely. You do need a way to help that Yone get some time to scale into that 2-3 item power spike, though.
I will say for JDG, definitely showing Sejuani on 3 potentially for jungle. I think Trundle here, while it could prevent that Sejuani on 3, Trundle's not very happy playing into Rumble and Yone. I think that's a difficult game that's showing already for Trundle. A lot of ADs, supports you can tank that try and help that. My thing for Trundle is that you always have to out-interact him with terrain. His ability to duel you with a Chomp and like how strong he is in the 1v1s with Subjugate. I mean, he's a stat stealer that if he's allowed to hit in fights, can carry fights and is really tough to deal with. But if you're able to out-interact him with terrain or terrain scaling, that's where Trundle can struggle. And Rumble with that equalizer and also those harpoons can definitely help do that, along with Yone, where the R, the Qs, and then where his E, where he gets to play. It's pretty difficult for Trundle to play against that. So just curious to see if we still have Shun slam that Sejuani, which is the best pairing we've seen with Rumble and Yone, or if he goes for something else into the Trundle.
The other option could be Jarvan, but I feel like picking a Jarvan would be too early. I love the Maokai. I think the Maokai is a way better option. It gives you guaranteed objective control and setup, ways to safely check for and engage long range into some of the long range threats you already have from the likes of this Azir for Cream once we get further and further into the later stages of the game. And now you are yet to lock in a bot lane because you already have some primary methods of engage set up on JDG. You can check me on this, Matt, but I wouldn't mind a Braum, because that would be a nice way to stop the call of the Forge God with an Unbreakable Shield.
No, bro, I like Braum a lot here. Pairs well with Maokai, too. Again,
Huge.
In the Trundle, terrain scaling's great. The Nature's Grasp from Maokai, really tough to deal with. Also, why is it such a good matchup in the Trundle? Just the Bramble Smash and Phase Rush. You can run away from the pillar and run away from the duels quite a bit. So, Tarzan has been playing this, I think, a lot in LPL. I'm really glad to see other junglers picking it up. It's the right pick for me, for Shun. As you see, the marksman pool get narrowed out very heavily. Curious if we have an Ezreal ban here, or if we ban Rakan. We've seen a lot of Rakan bans just to prevent Xayah Rakan. As okay, Ezreal is going to be taken away, one of the self-sufficient ADs that like Xayah gets out-interacted for me in this game into like a Azir Trundle Ornn. I don't think Xayah is the happiest, but it's a great champ for Pays, so you can always threaten that. If they slam Rakan here, it ends up being a squishier front line, but definitely a malleable support that you can fit with a lot of different pairings.
A little sad that it wasn't the Braum that I was hoping for a prediction on, but, Top Esports will now have a chance to either break up the Xayah Rakan combo.
Okay.
I don't know if that would be the ADC that you would want to pick here, though, for JDG.
I don't get these Sivir lock-ins, man. I've seen so many games for Sivir where it's such a hard game to auto-attack for Sivir. And I know, like, we're going to have Ornn, Trundle, Azir, Alistar to help create that space for Sivir, who, if she's allowed to interact within the 500 units, she can run and carry fights. But I've seen too many fights, especially in the LPL, where these teams are so good at making sure that an AD just gets the lead or they cannot auto-attack. I've been really biased against, like, on-hit Varus because of that in the LPL. I've just seen, like, too many teams have good execute into him when he's down sums or down conditions that are bad. I feel the same way about Sivir. I think this is going to be a really tough game for Sivir to auto-attack. And I think the most notable one was in the AL versus BLG series that we saw, Rafa. The Elk on Sivir. It was so hard to auto-attack into what was a very similar draft with Flandre's Rumble, with Yone that was also showing for Shanks. I believe there might have been a Azir in that game, but regardless, I think it's going to be a really tough game for Sivir to auto-attack in if JDG plays their cards correctly. So, yes, Top Esports showing a ton of scaling and are going to be a big late-game team fight, but if they make it hard for Azir and Sivir to auto-attack, that is where your damage is coming from as Top Esports, and JDG have a lot of tools to do so.
And the main thing that I'm looking at, Matt, JDG, instead of going for the Kaisa, they go for the Zeri instead. There is no guaranteed lockdown from the side of Top Esports. Everything relies on either Hong getting in range of Zeri, which shouldn't happen fairly easily, or this Call of the Forge God landing true, which is a skill shot overall, and Pays can easily dodge it if he is playing well to the safety of a wall. And so now, this is a moment where Pays can really step up and show why he was regarded as the best performing AD carry in Split 2. And it's going to be quite a challenge for Jackie Love, who did put out a monstrous performance on the Sivir in their series against Weibo Gaming. But like you said, there are reasonable concerns about why it can have a lot of challenges in this particular draft that JDG have for themselves.
The NFC onus is going to be on JDG to play early. I think it's worth noting Pays on the Zeri. Pays really made a name for himself in the Sivir Zeri meta, so we'll see if Pays can step up. No, we had that bot lane matchup as our marquee matchup of this second series in the LPL. Signature champ for Pays. It's going to be fun to see if he can do it against Jackie Love.
Here we go, baby. First game between JDG and Top Esports. Let's hit the rift.
这首歌其实就说得过去，还是为了保证佩子作为一个大国。
还有30秒到达，免信。
Wilder for the second series, Rob.
Yeah.
Fans are more excited. We're more excited. We got a different arena here, as I believe we're going to be in Beijing for JDG, I'm going to assume. Which is Kanavi. Of course, a lot of history with him and JDG. I know Split 2, Kanavi said it was always looking forward to going to Beijing, as that was a home for him. Was excited to play playoffs there. It didn't go the way that Top Esports wanted to. But so far, to start off this split, things have gone exactly the way the Top Esports have wanted. They're leading Group Ascension with 3 series wins, looking for their 4th tonight.
I mean, it is kind of crazy just thinking about the history of some of these players facing off against the former org that they were on for JDG. When you're looking at 369 and Kanavi, part of that really, really memorable roster, the 2023 that almost completed the Golden Road, winning Spring Split, MSI, Summer Split, and just falling short to T1 at semifinals. What could have been? But, you know, 2 years later, Top Esports find themselves 2 members from that core, and Kanavi and 369 have definitely contributed to a lot of highs for this organization for their first title in quite some time in the first split of the season. And now they're just making sure that they can have the momentum necessary to qualify for Worlds and try and make another attempt to not disappointing us at the international stage, but actually making the LPL proud.
See if Top Esports can bring their domestic form to international this time. Of course, World's hopes. Definitely an expectation for both these teams that are playing in this one, Rafa. Both rosters built to threaten internationally, for sure.
Yeah.
And historically have done so from the LPL. So, see if JDG, again, can really just band together as a team. Trying to factor in some new pieces can always be difficult. We've seen a couple struggles so far. Ashun will secure all of his Raptors but one. Will have to survive the invade from Kanavi, and I don't think he's getting away from this one, as it's really tough to duel Trundle. Will proc a phase rush and run away, but after this, Kanavi wins this duel hard, and Shun's gonna have to cede his jungle.
I think Kanavi might try to force a flash out of Shun. Yeah, he knew it was happening. Just waiting on that Chomp cooldown. Kanavi was trying to tag it or combo with auto into the Chomp for lethal. Pays and Wink forced to at least burn a couple summoner spells there for the price of one from Hong.
Bit of an oopsie there from Pays, positioning up against that wall. You can see the headbutt pulverize, able to be spaced out by Hong a little bit more, so you get some more crowd control time. You go up against the wall, terrain like that. Definitely a tip you're going to bring home for yourself on the Alistar. Well played there by Hong, making sure that he gets a very positive trade against Pays and winning out on the summoner spells too.
Yeah.
As Kanavi winning out on the red buff. Standard Trundle proceeding or operating procedure. As this isn't standard. We're a little bit too far up. And there's no flash on Trundle, but it's going to be a flash burn on Rumble for sure.
All right, well, Xiaoshu does manage to get out, but the wave is being frozen by 369. Shun is going to step up and help at least crash it, knowing that 369 is way too low on HP to defend it by himself, and Kanavi wants to farm some camps too, so he doesn't want to stay and necessarily cater to 369 as this wave crashes in. Shun will have an opportunity to try and at least steal some camps away. When smites are both down, the Bramble Smash will trump all, but Kanavi can just always beat this guy down. There's no flash available. Cream is the first one there. Shun goes in, tries to proc the Phrase Rush, will eventually fall. It does set up Xiaoshu to get the revenge kill back, but Scout is nowhere near. He didn't have prio for that mid lane setup.
And an early kill on the Azir, trying to get to that early Nashers, could really impact the mid matchup. As I think giving over a kill to the Rumble into the Ornn is pretty null for 369, who already stacking up that MR. Going to be a happy camper into this top side. Both Rumble and Maokai building that early AP. So the Magic Resist going to get a lot of mileage. And I think Top Esports okay with all the shenanigans early on. I mean, Trundle is just stalling out the Maokai, and if you're going to take resources away from both those champions, Trundle will be a lot happier with that.
Yeah, just really strong props to Top Esports, who both of their solo laners were making the lane super volatile, so when Kanavi went for that invade, there's no way that JDG solo laners could collapse, and now Scout is just dead! It was a flash, already burned thanks to Cream, and then the pillar helps for the slow, and yeah, this is a tough opener for JDG, and Top Esports are rolling them right now.
I mean, Cream wasn't even able to base and spend with that first kill. Now he's going to base and spend with 2, and there's no Berserker Greaves yet for Scout. That's disastrous for this mid lane matchup. Yeah, that's a full Blasting Wand and no Greaves. That's really, really rough for Scout, and now Wink's going to push this wave in. He just griefed his mid laner. Wink, brother. If I'm Scout, he has permission to type. Things just went from bad to worse here.
Oh man, that is. I will not speak. If I speak, I
look at the XP diff.
Oh man, this is.
After this wave, watch the XP diff. It just got worse.
I mean, both Scout and Cream ding level 6 relatively around the same time, so you know maybe it's not too bad. I've got my copium on the side here. You know, just let me know if I need to take a couple moments to myself. As JDG now
I think you had those moments when you made the EDG video earlier. You know.
You know what? That's fair enough. I can't spread it around to all teams. As Shun does find himself on the top side, just making sure that he is hovering Xiaoshu while he is down flash on this Rumble to make sure that he is not punished if Kanavi does swing himself through the top side of the map. But Kanavi is on the bottom side of the map, so there is no fear for Xiaoshu.
Just look at this mid lane matchup, man. How borked is it for Scout right now? It should lead to this first dragon being taken and secured by Top Esports. Jaculov sitting on the BF sword and Cream up this big into Scout. And it's just really easy trades right now for Cream. As the Blasting Wand and Reaper Bow just cannot be matched. It's going to have to be D-Shield and Second Wind working overtime. And I think Kanavi knows it. Option to invade Shun or invade the dragon in the river. And he will stick with the dragon as that one started up for Top Esports.
Yep. Not necessarily the earliest dragon in the game, but not a super late one either, around the 7.5-minute mark, so Top Esports can still reliably give themselves a nice Drake stack win condition. But also the nice thing is that you have Sivir and Azir as your 2 main carries. The fact that it's going this well in the early game is totally nice for Top Esports. We didn't necessarily get a chance to talk about how well or how fast JDG needs to play, because some of their carries would also like some time to scale up too.
No, I'm totally with you, Rob. I mean, for me, like the standard front to back, the scaling, it's in the hands of Top Esports. It's JDG has to find ways in these fights to make it really difficult for the Azir and the Sivir to auto attack. I think that those opportunities are real, but what makes this duo so strong is that they scale so hard, but they also can shove waves so quickly early on in the game. We're really seeing Cream and Jaculov take advantage of that. Whether it's having a priority swap here, which we see from Jaguar as he's out of base first, or just Cream pushing around Scout, being accelerated in this game. It's given top esports access to early objectives, so able to secure these with the push in the lane and then match that with the scaling. And JDG definitely feels like they're in the hole pretty bad early.
Yeah, even though it's only 2 kills to the name of top esports, the gold lead is starting to reflect
2 objectives
something even more condemning.
with the Zir Sivir. Yeah.
Yeah. 3 grubs fully stacked, the first dragon of the game. I mean, top esports are getting everything that they would want, and because this is a scaling composition like we already mentioned, this is just cherry on the top that they do not have to face any early obstruction from JDG.
One thing I like right now from JDG is that they have the Yone into the Ornn. 369 is stacked up early MR, so Yone is going to be a little bit happier in that scenario. Maybe an opportunity for him to slingshot back, but man, like the next recall from Cream, he's going to have a Nashor's Tooth and a TP in whatever lane he goes to with 3 grubs. That turret's going to melt.
It'll be a nice way for top esports to continue accelerating against the curve of the game as it continues to flow naturally. We're just a few minutes away before the turret plates fall, so plenty of time for top esports not to go for the first brick, but Scout could be in trouble here. Fate Seal channels through the Call of the Forge God, but he now has to deal with a Trundle on top of him, and nicely done! The Pillar! 369 knows it's happening, flashes in for the Searing Charge, and guarantees the knockup on the Scout.
Oh, that construction cone, it was a little bit more than just a warning over there for Scout. 369 rolling 9s. Able to win out on the dice game between the construction workers. Takes down Scout. As it was Kanavi on the scouting party that made sure the Yone was caught on out. That was clean, Rafa.
That is the beauty of true duo companionship between Kanavi and 369. That synergy being built up against the org that they used to play for back in the days of 2023. Now making it look so damn easy here on the top esports lineup.
Scout continues to be more of a liability than an asset for JDG. As, man, I mean, this is not a good start for the Yone. And we talked about Cream with that completed Nashor's Tooth. Didn't TP to the top lane, but he's up here. And his ability to take plates, I think he's playing this one slow. He's waiting for some more members of JDG to show. But if you get this Azir accelerated, we've seen what Cream can do on this champion. And I know Cream is a player, like, internationally, I think the biggest ding on him is that he hasn't shown that he has a pool big enough to be effective in a best of 5. Definitely has been tested in Fearless Draft a little bit, too. There have never been any doubts about his Azir. And any doubts that ever were had about his Azir have been put to bed in the last few splits, as his Azir has been nothing but solid this year.
Yeah. Cream has yet to have a fully perfect 100% clean series in this split 3 so far, but he's still showing a lot of high highs. A lot of my hype when going through all of top esports series so far has just been around Jackie Love as been the standout, nearly consistent performer, but not to say that Cream hasn't been able to put in the work as well and hold his own. And Scout is in trouble. Has flash available, but Hong and 369 actually not committing to the dive. They just wanted to pressure him on the wave.
If they went for the dive, that would have been ballistic. But I think it speaks to this Ornn into Scout's Yone. I mean, this Yone has been set really far behind this game, Rafa. Scout, that Bork is very delayed.
Yeah, he's nearly down 30 CS. Close to 40. This is tough.
I'm a little bit surprised that Cream hasn't, like, pushed for plates. I mean, I think Cream could have just gotten a free plate up there for sure. I'm looking at 5 plates in the top lane, and he hit recall before he even looked at one of them, so. Could be a prio TP bot, though, in time for the Dragons, so gotta believe Azir is going to delete this wave, and then Dragon's going to be the play and the threat, and if top esports, I mean, we're buying ourselves 2 Dragons, that pretty much takes any soul win con away from JDG, and when you're Azir Sivir opening a game with the first 2 Dragons, that sounds like a pretty winning formula to me.
Yeah. It's the best of both worlds. The fact that you're trying to scale for the late game anyway, and yet somehow you are walking away with a free early game. Yeah, baby. Shout out to Anna Montana.
Wait, what? Let it out, take it slow, and then go with the flow. Is that it? That's a great theme song right there.
You're gonna know more about the lyrics than I would. It's been a minute since
I got a photo of the house they use for like the front like for the Hannah Montana house. Sadly, it burned down. in the Malibu
Hang on.
fires.
Story time for another time.
I was bummed
we
about
got a
that.
dragon starting up. We got a dragon starting up here, Matt.
Yeah, I don't love JDG's contest on this one. It's gonna go down to top esports. And
Okay, equalizer
Cream gets
right
out
on
of
top
this.
of Kareem into the back line. Good initiation from Hong, but Wing is able to defuse it for now, trying to stall it, but they're just getting eviscerated by Jackie Love and Kareem. They're completely shoved JDG out of the river. Hong looking for one more headbutt pulverize combo on the Shun, but he will be able to walk out thanks to the safety of Xiaoshu escorting him. And Kanavi's trying to pressure him off of this Grom. But man, that was a tough angle to approach from as JDG.
Yeah, I know we talked about some of the growing pains about being in sync with some of the new members. I just don't agree with firing the equalizer onto Cream. Like, I know that he was locked up by the Nature's Grasp, but again, that angle, the setup was not there for JDG. It felt like a force on the timer because they feel like they have to go around this timer, and firing everything into his ear. I mean, Cream is very mobile. We saw Cream be able to escape that one pretty easily and still do significant damage in the fight, so. There's an oopsie on JDG. The member they're going to connect from is Cream flashes to secure the first brick.
The grand entrance gets
Cream?
first brick.
Oh no.
Okay,
That's a
well,
shutdown.
Cream dies. That's a kill going over to Xiaoshu's Rumble, but Wink is also going to fall since Hong is here for the alley-oop. And Kanavi's forced to flash over the wall. Man, we're just burning flashes. We do not care. The top esports are that confident, man.
3K gold lead, first brick and feet secured, and top esports. Replay and lower part of our screen. Okay, we had a TP get canceled, and Scout lost his flash for it. That's a bummer. And maybe that's part of why they went so hard. They thought they had an Ornn in the back of their pockets. But that definitely looked a little bit goofy from Cream.
Dude, that was awesome.
You know what I always wanted to popularize, like for Cream? That I definitely have zero chance of doing this, but I feel like would be good.
Yeah?
Milk was a bad choice from Anchorman. You know that quote?
Oh,
Just
my
whenever
God.
Cream has a bad play, just like, Milk was a bad choice, you know?
Oh, man. Well,
It's a great moment.
yeah. We're pulling out a lot of references on this cast. Come on, man.
Well, there's not a lot of gameplay to talk about, man. It's been top esports
What
with
do
like
you
the full
mean? We
scaling
just watched
comp.
the Azir flash over a grand
Bro,
entrance to
it's-
secure
yeah,
a
and
turret. That
that's
was
the type of-
awesome.
That's the type of play it's needed to make this game actually close, Rafa. Let's be honest. JDG are getting ran by a scaling comp. This has not been close so far. Scout's going to base. We'll see if he TPs to this Rift Herald. It's looking to be secured by JDG, but are we going to have a fight afterwards? Jackie will have very far up mid.
Well, Rift Herald is secured for JDG, so at least it's something. Jackie Love might be caught here. The charm through the spell shield. Oh my goodness. What's going on?
What we call a lapse in vision there. And sadly, a lapse in judgment. As good pick from Wink and Pays. That's a positive. Is it? How much is going to we do, though? I still see the top outer turret falling to the Azir. It's going to require an equalizer. And the next wave is going to be Grim. Insta Herald mid. And do we have Cream TP to the play? No. Herald is can't get the turret, and pity prizes are activated, Rafa.
Yeah.
So
They
that
are-
pick was pretty null. We just took Sivir off the map for a couple minutes. Or a minute.
You know, the funny thing is, Matt, I have seen that exact same pick in almost the exact same spot happen to Jackie Love Sivir in another series against Weibo.
Of course. Jackie
and
Love
top
getting
is-
picked? No way.
And he will still win this game. Now,
Yeah, he
Call
will.
of the Forge God on to Xiaoshu.
Oh my
Massive
God.
knockup with the Searing Charge. Kanavi and 369 are just brute forcing this one with Hong in their back pockets. Nature's Grasp momentarily locks them down, but there's no real follow-up. As top esports, they were going for the tier 1 turret anyway and just diving past it just to really show how far ahead they are in this game.
I mean, 369's Ornn has, I think, very loudly just got the best of JDG. Scout almost taking a tower shot there, being locked up. 369's had a really nice game. I know there's only 2 kills he's participated in, but the fact is this CS lead against Rumble, and it's pretty much had that since the start. And this play is, well, pretty nice. As Xiaoshu, I mean, I guess Wink didn't cancel the Alistar going in, and then 369 with a beautiful flash to make sure that the knockup is a 2-man.
Oh my
As
goodness gracious.
Scout, we E'd the wrong way. If he E'd north, I think he escapes the knockup at least, then can E back and then maybe escape, but Scout.
Oh my god, please, Scout, just lock in. Okay, top esports. This is a clean...
You're just emulating JDG fans like across the planet right now. It's like, please, Scout, lock in.
It's so frustrating because I literally watched JDG have some of the most insane 2v2 jungle mid skirmishes when JDG were having this moment where they looked like the best team in LPL and Scout was in form.
Yeah, and now he's getting creamed on as we get a replay. Good buffer on the Emperor's Divine, but still kind of in Narnia. Just for where the rest of his team was. So that's the whole point, going over to Top Esports at the cost of a pity prize top outer turret being secured by JDG. Top Esports seem to be happy with where they're at in that one. As I'm looking at Cream's Azir and Scout's Yone, and I see them again on my screen. I was just going to look at the inventories and say that there's a big difference in items, but now I'm looking on my screen and that Yone is dead again.
Oh my goodness.
So that's rough. The milk is very good.
Let's. If this feels like a scrim at this point. This feels like a scrim that has gone horribly wrong, and the players are protesting that the scrim is not over. So we're just dying. I don't know what else to say. But for Top Esports' sake, I mean, hey, if they want to continue this form, they're currently 3-0 in series in the standings right now. JDG are at least trying to make proactive plays across the map and look for pity prizes. TES, at least, the only member yet to die on JDG, trying to give a damn and trying to make a comeback in this game, is getting some gold funneled back in. He's on 2 items with Zeri. Can TES bring this back?
Brother Rafa's getting a little salty. Brother Rafa's getting a little salty over there. We're frustrated with JDG, aren't we?
Just a little bit. Listen,
I'm happy.
I'm happy for Top Esports. Yeah.
Scout is too good of a player to be putting up this many stinkers in splits like this, you know?
Yeah. You know, if this was any other player, I wouldn't care. I legitimately would not care if they were having this many deaths and playing this abysmally. But, you know, this is just...
It feels like Scout's been getting away with it for, like, a couple splits, too, because I was kind of frustrated with Scout last split, and it feels like this split more people are catching on.
Yeah.
Speaking of catching on, that Subjugate, oh boy. Goodbye Maokai, goodbye Otacon.
Yep. I mean, Top Esports are just pretty much cycling objectives as they come up. The only one that they were not able to get for themselves was that Rift Herald, but JDG were only able to use it to take out one turret in mid lane. And that's pretty much that. Top Esports are 2.5 minutes away before Mountain Soul comes up, and that should just guarantee that Top Esports will be pretty much damn near unkillable. TES is doing his best to come online with that third item in the form of some type of Last Whisper. Whether it's going to be Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominance Regards for the extra armor penetration just to punch through this 369 Ornn, who has been an absolute monster. I will say, Matt, I don't think we glaze 369 enough. There's a lot of times where 369 just has kind of quiet performances, but this one...
I was glazing the Ornn earlier, man.
I know. Good. That's but I'm saying enough throughout the split, because 369 seems to consistently have a lot of these performances where he is just not just doing his job, he is like overperforming on his job, and this Ornn has been very remarkable. It has been very stellar, and the combinations have been able to find off of the pillar with Kanavi Strundle. Ooh. Chef's kiss.
Has been nice. Speaking of that, Wink is unfortunately spotted there. You can see on the vision toggle. Bit of an oopsie there from Wink, as I thought he had a very nice position, actually, because at this point of the game, JDG does need to go fishing. Being down 4k gold and change against, again, the scaling comp.
Yeah, you gotta try.
There's 3 Drakes, there's an Otacon, there's a lot of flowers. And there's another dead turret on my screen. As the Equalizer could delete the wave, but cannot save the structure. And now a minute 15 away from the Dragon, Rafa. This somewhat hyped up group Ascension game that we were hoping for. As sadly looks like it's been a very one-sided affair. There's a Nature's Grass going to be an attempt here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
another turret falling.
Pretty sure EDG versus LGD already happened. Why do we feel like we're watching another game of that EDG series, as Top Esports are just pretty much taking everything away from JDG? Scout did manage to find another objective bounty off of the tier 1 turret on the bottom side of the map. It does allow him to complete his second item of the game, so this Yone is scaling.
Did he find God down there, Rafa? We're going to have to see in the next fight.
Yeah, we'll see if he found some divine intervention. Because that is exactly what JDG are going to need to come back in this game with how far behind they are. And even though it might look on paper, if you look at the gold numbers, you're like, oh, wow, it's only 4,000 gold advantage. What's the big deal, guys? Top esports are supposed to win when it comes to late game.
I mean,
and they got
I'm
ahead
looking at,
early.
There's an ornament empowered IE. I see a Seeker's Arm Guard on my Azir.
Yes.
And I don't see very many paths to victory for JDG. So we'll see what PES can do.
There is a lot of deceptive gold value that is not shown just in the inherent 45,000 versus 41,000, which is why even the game recognizes that objective bounties were needed to be given out to JDG to come back in this game.
Well, we did set up and draft, guys. PES, at the start of his career, the Sivir Zeri meta was very good for him. PES was a stud at this meta, and PES is a stud Zeri player. We'll see what kind of heroics he can pull here. It's a good find from Wink to at least get the flash at a Hung, but he did save Alistar Altus. Here we go. Here comes the flip.
If they let Shun go for the flip, he should be able to secure the dragon. He denies the soul away from top esports. Call of the Force God was a massive knockup. How hard can PES cook in the backline? He has yet to be hit so far. He's trying to cook through the front line, but Scout is gone. The Emperor's Divide pushes them all into the corner, but PES is still free firing. He dashes in, tries to make a hero moment, but he gets bursted. Top esports will do away with the hero and PES and will dash the hopes and dreams of JDG in this game one as they continue to rout all 5 members. It's an ace for top esports. Just under 25 minutes.
369 making Ornn look so damn good this game. The 3-man knockup was sublime from 369 as he finds a huge connection against JDG. And this has been a one-sided game one. No Mountain Soul to give, but it's going to be Baron in the back half of this play, Rafa. Keep your eyes on 369 in this. As, again, Shun, you called it. Bramble Smash plus Smite. Good secure. And the equalizer was decent. Like, Jackie Love has to buy a lot of time before he can auto. It's a promising start to the fight, but 369, that 3-man knockup was massive. Bought so much time for his backline to recover. Cream tried to put this game away. Really nice grand entrance, actually, from Wink, who was able to buy some space and some time for PES, who was doing all his damnness to do whatever he can to find his team a win in this one, but not even PES' area is enough to being close in this. It was a pretty abysmal start to the game, Rafa. This Shun Scout connection just non-existent in this one as this Yone was bullied around to the 9th degree.
Yeah. Like Kanavi, the early invade, crippling Shun on that race to level 4, which just allows Trundle to continue reigning supreme on the jungle and in these skirmish scenarios for that much longer. And then Shun just trying to contest on that top side of the map without prio from his mid laner. That comes at the cost of snowballing Cream in the mid lane. And then Kanavi repays it forward by continuing to just put Scout into the dirt, getting his flash, still continuing to kill him. And then, I mean, the rest of the game unfolded just like that.
Yeah, and I know we spent some time talking about Wink. Oh, hold on. Speaking of Wink.
Another attempt. Wink flashing forward right on top of Jackie Love. Good fate sealed. It's a massive knockup. Big shutdown goes over to Scout's Yone. The Call of the Forge God will stall the fight for now, but Shun is now into the heavy backline. Good Ember's Divide by Cream pushes them all back. And now the safety is guaranteed for Cream's Azir as the rest of top esports are able to do away with Xiaoshu's Rumble. Good
look from Wink and JDG. I was about to highlight Rafa. I mean, it's still going to be top esports cleaning up the turrets, and Cream will just reset. Did want to talk about Hong before that fight. I think it's a decent find from Wink. We've seen Wink have a couple of okay moments later on in this game, but we've definitely seen the disconnect from JDG. Meanwhile, on the flip side, you got to praise Hong for his ability to step in the top esports and look like he's been a member of this team. I mean, he's fitting right in and playing well.
Yeah. Early on, it definitely was a little bit shaky at times and just trying to find his footing, but these past couple series for top esports have looked pretty darn strong. I mean, Jackie Love is continuing to look strong, and Scout, I mean, he's just been greeting for a lot of minion waves because he is so heavily far behind. I guess I can't even blame it anymore. Scout is not going to die on this wave here as he's just trying to do his best to get to Infinity Edge as fast as possible for maybe a chance to reverse all the wrongs that have happened for JDG in the early games.
I don't think there's any chance he's going to be able to match Cream in this one. Nice
Shun with a creative
Malphite.
Yeah, Cream, no flash, but he doesn't get rooted.
Oh boy.
By Kanavi to just stop that Nature's Grasp from connecting. And now there's no Maokai, so it's a 5-on-4. Call the Forge God does go wide, pays dashes, and sidesteps it.
Third inhib.
Top Esports just pushing in is going to be all 3 inhibitors now falling. JDG are going to have to suffer the consequences of double empowered super minions, Fate Sealed, and Wink. Trying to look for the backline there, but good stasis by Cream, and the shuffle and the slide away guarantees that the Azir survives, and Pays just cannot do enough damage. Sivir, at the hands of Jackie Love, will be able to just eviscerate him with the power of the Ricochet Blades. It's another ace for Top Esports, and it's game 1 in the books for Top.
I like the word eviscerate when it comes to this game, Rafa, because it just felt like from start to finish, Top Esports eviscerated any chance that JDG hit neutral objectives, any chance at winning a lane, any chance of just being competitive in this game. Top Esports, start to finish, good victory from them.
Yeah, very, very strong and convincing game from one of our teams that we expect to be a heavy contender to go to Worlds in this form, can contend for another title against another roster on paper who, if the individuals are playing at their best, should also be a Worlds contending roster. However, not all the individuals are playing at their best right now, Matt, and that needs to change very fast. We are only on the 3rd series overall for JDG in this double round robin, so there is in total 14 series, I want to say, that they will play. But that being said, it is just near unacceptable to continue to watch a caliber player like Scout to continue playing like this. Please, we have 2 more games. I don't care if Top Esports wins overall. I just want to see more competitive games between.
I just want to see Scout look good. I mean, it's some of the issues that we're seeing from JDG. Like it's, I guess I entered today being like, okay, it's clear that there's desync. We fix this, it could get better. But when indecision hits with that, and also some of the drafts, when we were critical of some of the drafts, we're looking at that one like, okay, we could see if you make sure that Sivir isn't able to auto-attack, like what happens, that you can create positives here. But the snap engages, it took so long for JDG to actually find those good snap engages you really want when you're playing, you know, the Rumble, Yone, Maokai comps, or with Rakan over the top. It was way too little, way too late. And I think a lot of that was because Kanavi was running the map, and we did have, I thought 369 individually had a fantastic game. Obviously, Scout individually had a bummer game. But just from those 2 solo lane differences, like, JDG just couldn't play that game. Like, from start to finish. It felt like they just were non-participants. And that's not what you want to see from a team that you are hoping to be competitive to send to Worlds. It does not look like JDG's competitive in the early season. And while there is clear disconnect with some of the new members, if it doesn't get fixed, it is a fixable issue. But then it's like, okay, greater concern for the overall project, right? Which is definitely where we are approaching with JDG.
Yes. And now you understand my frustration. So,
look, I've been in Group Nirvana jail. I have not been exposed to Group Ascension yet, and that was not a good first exposure to JDG.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, welcome to my world, Matt. It's been, you know, after doing the first week 1 and 2 recap and going through all the tape again, just watching that IG series in general, I was just like...
All right, look, I thought the drafts were, like, game 1, right, chalk that one up the draft. You gave rookie Silas into Azir Alistar, GG, all right? That's draft gap right there. Game 2, kind of with you, but I thought they made that one more competitive than what it should have been. I thought IG drafted really well in that series. And we stand our LPL teams winning on red side, because blue side should not be 60% win rate, so...
Yeah, it's a tough world to be red side, and if you're winning, props to you. We're just waiting for the eventual MVP graphic to roll on through. Honestly,
Cream?
I would really... I mean, Cream did get a lot of the early gold, and so he was forced to make a lot of the early plays with that gold, paired along with Kanavi.
I think it's Kanavi. Like, 369 had a great game for me, but I think it just has to be Kanavi. Like, Kanavi got every objective and won the jungle matchup early, and then flipped 2 lanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Kanavi.
Yeah. But listen, if they give it to 369, I will know that the LPL is very based. But I think
Not
that
wrong.
it will be a Kanavi MVP vote, just because, like you said, the early invade puts Shun on the back foot. Shun gets over-aggressive, tries to flip unnecessarily in the river when he doesn't have lane priority from both of his solo lanes, gets punished, and yeah, Kanavi pretty much runs the map from that point on.
Yeah, this is... I mean, that was a good look from Wink. Again, I thought Wink had 1 or 2 good looks. It was just... when little bit of solo lane gappage here.
Yeah.
And definitely a pretty good performance in the old Ornn.
It was just so impressive, man. I mean, just like, I always forget that Ornn can use Searing Charge on other created terrains from other champions. So, like, Cataclysm, you can knock up people inside
Actually,
it.
I was
Killer,
surprised it didn't break Trundle E, because it breaks to Leah Wall. Does it still do that, or did they remove that one?
Yeah, it should still break terrain.
But it didn't break Trundle E for Spectate, because that's technically terrain. Or is it only opponent's terrain? Might have to look up some more facts here.
Yeah, we can do some research when we get to break, but
We need to make sure we're
JDG
providing factual evidence on our unofficial broadcast.
Very true. Very true. We do our best to give the people correct information on the internet.
Oh, only terrain created by enemy champions. Today I learned.
So if you have your own Jarvan, you can guarantee the knockup without accidentally breaking open the terrain for the enemies trapped inside to escape. Very cool. Very cool. That's good to know. I'm just thinking about, you know, the nice interactions with Trundle back in the meta, Ornn and Poppy being able to interact nicely with that. Pretty sure we saw a really good, I don't remember which team it was from the other night, but Poppy was able to find a wall slam onto a pillar as it spawned. Like they got
I didn't mean to make the broadcast this Ornn centric, but you know, it's gonna be the troll. It's the troll that brings home the MVP. First one
Makes
for
sense.
Kanavi this split was our MVP of the league in split 2, of course, voted by both our broadcast and the official LPL votes. The first one for Kanavi, picking up the pog, and rightfully so. Great Trundle game from him.
Yeah, it's mostly been Jackie Love MVPs so far for Top Esports in their wins. I think 1 or 2 for Cream as well, but nice to see Kanavi pick one up, as his early game was absolutely instrumental in dismantling JDG and never letting them really get a chance to play the game until it was too late. But that's going to do it for us, at least for the first game of the series. It is now Top Esports on match point. When we come back after break, it's going to be game 2, and we'll see whether Top Esports cleans it out or if JDG can make a comeback. Stick around. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between JDG and Top Esports. And I don't know if you have caught this, chat, but both me and Cubby have swapped to standing mode on our standing desks.
What do you mean
So
swapped?
now we're hoping if the real JDG will stand up going into the second game, because Top Esports are about to just walk away with a clean 2-0 sweep. And while I'm not upset at the prospect of Top Esports getting another dub, I just want more competitive games.
I've been standing the whole time, but that was the only fake news that was in your last statement, Rafa. It's been tough for JDG. Haven't seen some of the stars perform to the likes of what we're used to seeing, and the new members have not yet been incorporated into this team that doesn't look like a team at the moment. So, Top Esports on the flip side, standout game from 369 and Kanavi. Made that game pretty easy, really targeting and focusing Scout in the mid game, as that Yone was 0-5-0 and a non-factor.
Not one in the slightest, Matt. I think Scout had 5 deaths before JDG were actively trying to look for fights together as a team, because Top Esports were running this guy into the dirt, and then Scout was not making it that particularly difficult to do so either. So now, going into game 2, we'll see if morale improves for JDG, if the drafts will provide a little bit more security, a little bit more safety for them to be able to place them out the early game, because we do have to give credit back over to Kanavi for being able to dismantle Shun in the early stages of the game, getting that invade early off, and then challenging him at the topside river, thanks to having priority from Cream Zazir to move first before Scout could on the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think we're saying a lot of words about the last game, and what can just boil down to, like, JDG did not show up and got dumped on. So, I mean, we'll see if things are better. The Fearless draft, obviously, you got to go back to the drawing board and come up with something new. But for JDG, I mean, this is a team that we do have high expectations for, given what the org has done previously, not just in the LPL, but also internationally. But the team, like, the roster they've built, whether it's Split 1 or Split 3, obviously they've had some changes, but still, any roster that has names like Shun, Scout, and Pace on it is a roster that folks should expect to be competing, not just in whatever domestic league they're in, but for international, titles as well. And we just have to see if this team can actually perform, because that has been the question for the entire split. Like, and look, Missing wasn't playing great. Obviously, Missing's out now. I thought Ala was actually fine in the top side, but Xiaoxia, we've seen a couple of okay games from him, but he hasn't really carried anything home yet for a JDG victory. And Scout's been stinky. And that's probably the biggest concern, is someone that, of course, has hoisted a world championship and has been an elite mid laner in the past. To have someone like actually having just stinkers on the map is it's tough. So JDG, it's a team thing, it's an individual thing, and there's a lot of problems that we're gonna hope to see if they can sort some of them out for this game too.
Yeah, I mean, I took a brief look at JDG's 1 series win against WE, and to their credit, Scout did pick up pretty nice performances in both of their wins against WE. But then again, you're playing against
but like
Karis,
he's facing Karis.
Yeah,
come on.
You're playing against Karis. So
be
like
honest.
Scout, we gotta lock in, and I want you to step up and give Cream a challenge worth playing for, so that Cream can feel like he has to really rise above and continue pressing forward and making himself the strongest mid laner he can be for his squad. As we blaze through all the bans, maybe
Scout rise early on, maybe, because the Varus ban's a little bit peculiar to me. JDG and Pace had a very high priority on Varus last split, and Pace plays it really well. And for me, the one type of composition that I just would not give JDG under any circumstances, 3 winning lanes and winning jungle. Now, Talia got through. Of course we're going Talia. Now, I know that that sounds basic, like Cubby. Of course you don't want to hand over 3 winning lanes and winning jungle. That's the one comp I've seen Shun and JDG just have consistent success on. It feels like Shun's playing on BLG again, right? Just like, okay, just draft wins everywhere, and we're going to figure this out, right? So we'll stay with Talia showing early on. Opportunity to pair up with Scout in the mid lane. Opportunity for Scout to have a bigger game. I think his Talia has been solid. We'll see how Top Esports drafts into this pick as Talia continues to run the Rift.
Top Esports are going to try to break apart that guaranteed seismic shove combo synergy by sniping away the Xin Zhao, and because the Trundle is now out of the table, it means that there's no way that JDG can lock in an early game jungler that will stat check Xin Zhao. So Top Esports will look for the Orianna as their answer into the Taliyah. You already mentioned it, Wukong will probably be the next best in line, but quick swap up, it's going to be the Victor instead. Just a little bit more control with those lasers and the Chaos Storm as well as the Gravity Zone.
Yeah, Victor provides a harder lane for Taliyah, but of course, what I always like to say about Victor, you lane well, you scale well, you cannot move. Taliyah is going to have moves on you, and Victor's answer is to try and farm his way up to where when Taliyah moves, it's very punishing. It's hard to match early on as Victor. So, that being said, not going to be the Wukong, actually going to be the Cataclysm. Threatening Victor Flash, I mean, that's a very winning formula. We've seen the Victor Azir matchup been played for a long time. It's all about Victor's Flash windows. Trying to get Victor's Flash out made a lot easier by a champion like Jarvan, where Cataclysm for Flash trades very common. Flag and Drag can prompt a lot of flashes too. So a little bit of a different pickup from what we were expecting versus the Wukong, but still a good one for Shun.
A little bit of less carry potential when you go for the Jarvan versus the Wukong, but you still have a lot of playmaking potential. And yeah, that's a curious one. Blinding the Kazante, and now 369 goes for the easy slam dunk of the Gnar matchup. If Jarvan can never come topside and pressure this Gnar, this 369 lane is going to run away with it against Xiaoshu.
Gnar's a very happy camper in the Jarvan. You have the hop to get away from the Flag and Drag, and then he creates terrain for you. And also you can control Taliyah playing into the rocks. It's pretty hard to lock down Gnar, because again, if you can hop out. So I like this pick for 369. Should be a lane that he can get a little bit of an edge in. We'll see how we round out the comps with bot lanes. I assume we're going to see an Ezreal ban come out here from JDG. As we'll see if a Jhin maybe gets rid of. I think Jin's a little bit scary for Victor. He's like really play to out interact him with range. Okay, and so they're going to take away Corki. I think they want Ezreal.
Yeah, because you want to
that or Kai'Sa. Yeah,
get rid of AD carries that can easily get out of a Cataclysm even without flash on cooldown, right? So that makes the most sense to me, because then if you're forced to carries like Jhin, Misfortune, those champions without flash are sitting ducks alongside the Victor for an easy Cataclysm setup. I am a little curious about what is going to be the pairing, though, with JDG for Cataclysm, because right now, because you couldn't get the Rumble with this Jarvan since it was already taken in the first game, the only thing that you're setting up this Cataclysm for is for a Seismic Shove combo, which is not necessarily always guaranteed if they miss the Seismic Shove inside that AoE circle. So Pays really has to be some type of AD carry that has a lot of burst damage that can be thrown into the Cataclysm.
Maybe a Misfortune for Pays at the moment, hovering the Aphelios. We have seen Aphelios make a little bit of a comeback, has gotten some small buffs, getting more play with Gumayushi. If you go Aphelios Thresh, it can be a pretty difficult lane to play into if you are Kai'Sa, or Tom Kench is well an option, as Aphelios will be the pickup here for Pays. Also, opportunity to go Milio. Milio pairs really well with Aphelios. Of course, your guns control what you do. Extending the range of those, always very powerful.
And you already have a tank in Xiaoshu and primary engage from the Jarvan, so you don't necessarily need a tank support.
You know a Nautilus is coming if you don't pick Nautilus. I think that's kind of my theory here. So if you do go Nautilus, I think Leona is still very real and playable here for Hong. Just have reach to try and get to the Aphelios, Taliyah, or Rel. Okay, just a Rel. All right. I think it's really important that JDG gets a win in the bot lane. Hopefully they can use the Taliyah to actually collapse into bot and really set this Kai'Sa behind, because 369 drafted a winning lane, plays very well on the top shot side that's showing for JDG. And if the Taliyah doesn't have an impact on things outside of just her lane, or they can't win the 2v2 mid by like getting Victor's flash out, or if that isolation or matchup is isolated, the Victor will win. So really important that Scout's able to have an impact. I assume it's going to be bot lane playing towards that Aphelios. On the flip side, I really like Top Esports, their ability to use Kai'Sa to attack. I think Kai'Sa's a very happy marksman this game. It's difficult to play into Aphelios, but she's really happy in everything else.
You can always use that killer instinct to reposition in a hectic and chaotic team fight come mid and late game, so I'm with you on that one. JDG really have to hammer home this 2v2 jungle mid advantage early on before the Victor comes online, like you said, and hopefully JDG this time around will play towards FaZe before the game completely falls out of their control, and FaZe will get a chance to at least feel like he is having some agency in the game and have a chance to carry. We're going to see how it all unfolds here, Matt, as both the teams starting to load in. You get a chance to see these champions locked in one last time, and the skins that they're using as well. As we're about to head to Summoner's Rift, y'all.
Show the skins? I thought esports didn't help with marketing, personally.
Oh my goodness. It's game 2 between JDG and Top Esports.
英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，免信。
Jackie Love not using his own Kaisa skin, instead deciding to honor LPL Legend and Hall of Legend inductee and Uzi with the skin selection that he has. Also paying patronage to our forefathers of Riot Games. Just kidding, it's free in the TR realm, but it's fine. Still cool looking here for Jackie Love. Rock the very swaggy new Kaisa skin you can find in the store.
Very awesome to access such a beautiful skin. As Top Esports, we'll see if they can leverage some of these iconic champions for a couple of their members here. Jackie Love, notably, even though he's not using his world skin when he won LPL's first World Championship title in 2018 with IG, it's still a nice one to use, since it has been.
You think honoring Uzi is a good thing, Rafa? That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, also...
Wow. Controversial.
The skin team put a lot of love and work into, putting this
Of course they
one
did.
out.
You know, I just can't believe that you're pro EDG and pro Uzi in the same stream.
What, I can't support multiple teams?
I feel like LOL history, you cannot support both Uzi and EDG, actually. Except for the stint where Uzi went there, and that also was a stint that I don't think either party wanted to support the other in. So, that said, we have both of our junglers working their way towards the bot lane to try and impact this matchup. And we do see the Kaisa Rel winning out early on. Hong able to use the power of the Rel, those shields, and Rel's early levels to make sure that the Kaisa can have some priority.
I want to go back to what you called out for, Matt. JDG really want to play towards leveraging FaZe and Wink on the
Hello,
bottom
Scout.
side of the map. But Kanavi, this is going to be a nice early showing onto Scout's Talia. He's got no mana, trying to throw as many rocks as possible, but he's got Shun in his back pocket, but still forced to flash. Shun will be able to at least get a jump onto Kanavi as he face checks the brush, but Scout has no mana. And Kanavi can just literally walk up and down smash this guy. So yeah, Shun has to concede the jungle. And now, as you called it, there's bot pro coming in from Top Esports. So Shun, even though he has a better jungler to combat in the early game, it's still the same story as game 1. Kanavi shoving Shun out of his own red side quadrant.
This is so good from Top Esports, man. I love how Kanavi's playing this. He's going to be on a ward. Scout actually TP'd to the bot inner turret. And oh, we get a replay. Looks like some summoner spells were lost here for FaZe and Wink. Lost Cleanse, lost Heal. And Kanavi now looking for Scout, who's flashless.
Oh my goodness, Scout, please! And Shun doesn't come over in time, so Scout lost his flash. TP's bot, tries to walk back to mid lane, dies anyway. That's first blood for Top Esports, and, you know, maybe. Look at the minions that he's losing for this.
What a depressing series for Scout so far, Rafa. Like, holy cow. The TP to try and save this, and look, this isn't all Scout's fault. I think Kanavi, the look he had, you know, going 3 camp to mid's quite good. But Scout TPing to that turret to try and help his jungler out. Like, yes, Shun's game is okay, but at what cost? Scout's game is ruined from that.
My biggest question is Scout trying to, like, at least communicate to Shun or the rest of his team, guys, I need help coming back to mid lane. I just TP'd to the bot turret. There's a big minion wave.
But he can't get help. His bot lane was jailed too, so like that's also an issue. I mean, Shun's winning out pretty big on this. Don't get me wrong. He's got 2 camps away, so that invaded from Kanavi. Like, yes, you got Scout's flash. Yes, you know, you have a rinse and repeat mid, but you actually are pretty far behind now as the Xin Zhao. You did lose out on multiple camps. Oh no.
No. He should be fine.
Okay.
Hong doesn't have flash, so he cannot punish Shun here, overextending his welcome. Now, like we said in that, you know, we get the chance to calm down. It was, you know, just the first couple of minutes of the game. It's only one death to Scout. He is down effectively a full minion wave, but it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. A level advantage is now what Cream gets as a response. But if Scout can still play for the level 6 advantage, trying to roam towards the bot side, trying to help leverage Pays and Wink on this Aphelios and Nautilus bot lane, one that we have highlighted so far as the difference maker for this draft for JDG, then you know what? We can look back at the early woes and be like, haha, you know, that was weird, you know, it happened, but, you know, at least it didn't make JDG completely punched out of the game.
Yes, but the early woes are so expensive for, like, actually helping him do that. As, ooh. I think we're going to get a wraparound here from Jarvan. This is going to be necessary. Cream should be able to flash out, see if he can react.
Nice EQ by Shun. Cream, I think he's just accepted his fate. He's not going to be able to make the distance here. And Scout even had a well-placed seismic shove, just in case Cream was thinking about looking for a flash.
So, lesson at home, guys. If you're playing against Jarvan, you need those wards to be out of the brush. Or I guess you have a game between in the brush or out of the brush, because as you can see, the route through the corner. Yeah, you can see it right there. Observers are showing it. That route, you are not spotted. You can only spot it if you place that ward outside of the embankment brush. So if you ever have a jungler that can't get in that brush, placing it outside is better. Now, Jarvan can EQ in there, get around the vision too. So, okay, the ward was dropped where it was at. That's a little punishing for Cream. Much needed for Scout to get a little bit of reprieve in the mid lane. And slowing down that Victor is valuable. Yeah.
And the nice thing here is that before there was chain ganks coming in from top esports, hang on. Hong is in trouble. Okay, well, this
Can Dragon be taken in time?
Maybe.
It can't.
I mean,
wow, that's
Kanavi's
big.
here on the bottom side of the map. No,
that's big.
I mean, yeah, Shun able to stop that thanks to his presence on the bottom side of the map. Kanavi cannot commit to the Dragon.
That's really big. That's a very, very big delay onto what Top Esports wants to do here. The game plan was to keep the 2v1, take the Drake. Kanavi was forced all the way off, so a good find by Shun and a bit of an unforced error there by Hong.
Now trying to see if they can threaten 369. This is Mini Gnar. Still has yet to use the hop. So all the CC spells have been expended, and 369 still playing range, trying to...
He's chilling.
His way. Yeah, he is totally fine. He is level 7.
He's got the steel caps. Yeah.
Both Pays and Wink are 5 and 5 respectively, so not enough to really threaten. Top Esports will return to the Dragon now that Hong has returned to the bottom side of the map with Jackie.
I want to say nice lesson there from both of our top laners, why those early boots, steel caps can be valuable. You get in a scenario like this and you're still kind of okay being there. Scout going to be forced out of mid. Does have the Weaver's wall. Yeah, does not
nicely
have a
done.
TP.
Yeah, Top Esports doing this right before the grub spawn. Shun is going to look for a quick snag
369
on the red buff, but 369 sniffs it out, and Shun might be in trouble here. Cannot commit to the red buff invade. The question is, he's going to get jumped on. Good snag by Wink.
Nice.
Stops Hong from being able to get the full combo onto Shun, and it gives him enough time for him to flash away. But now Top Esports, they have prio from Cream once again because he used it, the ultimate, to force Scout away. Grub's now being stopped or started by Kanavi. Cream is here. No Chaos Storm available, but he is the first mid laner here.
Scout is Weaver's
now
wall.
going to join with the Weaver's wall, looking for the seismic shove right into Kanavi. Wink commits forward. Kanavi pushes them back with a crescent guard, but the Cataclysm will force the flash out of the jungler for Top Esports. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil. Oh, it whiffed! Oh, man, but here comes Xiaoshu over the wall. He will at least be able to clean up the kills, and JDG pick up the feats of warfare.
It's going to be a 2-for-1 grubs for JDG, but I got to say, they invested a lot into this play. Good walk from Xiaoshu to make it. Jaculov did get some free time during all this, and JDG pretty much burned everything in the toolbox to just make sure it's a 2-for-1 for grubs, and they got 1 kill. I don't know how worth it it's going to be. Like, look at the flashes they burned in that. Xiaoshu, Scout, and Wink all flashed. Weaver's Wall was used. Xiaoshu TP was used. Nothing was used by Top Esports outside of Zen Flash and Crescent Guard. Because obviously he goes down in the end. Bit of a unlucky Q there from Wink as a minion spawn to hop in front. Flash from Kanavi was a little bit delayed to avoid the Cataclysm damage, but necessary to get away from the terrain. That's what he was hoping to flash, and he would have gotten out if it wasn't for Xiaoshu making the roam. Good play off the Cassante there to at least make sure they secure 1 kill, but still, a lot was invested, and that matters for me in a game where JDG has to make sure this game pace is faster. Because now, like, look at all the flashes and the TPs that are still up for Top Esports to respond and make sure this game slows down and then get back to a happy spot.
For that, JDG are not even that far ahead in gold. There's like a few hundred gold advantages for both Xiaoshu on Gasante and for Shun, but in the grand scheme of things, that is not going to be the difference maker. It is going to come down to JDG continuously making these type of fast plays, trying to play off of Top Esports before they all come online. You have mentioned before that this Victor is going to get scarier and scarier in the side lane for Talia to deal with. This Kaisa is going to become a monster towards the later stages of the game, and even though Pays might be a remarkable Aphelios player, JackieLove will have the freedom to reposition as he needs to in these make or break moments in those fights. Pays will not have the same luxury.
Oh, I mean, important to note too, you don't have the Aphelios get out of jail free card. Like a lot of the common pairings we've seen throughout history of Aphelios is Thresher TK. No Thresher TK bailouts available for Pays as Aphelios, so we'll have to be on point, something that Pays definitely capable of as a player. And one of the players for JDG that we still feel like is performing in spite of some of the early split woes we've had for JDG.
Going with the Collector Rush too, just really trying to bank on this first item.
I've seen some Yomu
for JDG.
I think it's Collector.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
We'll see.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Hong's in trouble. Okay, well, free pickup for JDG, able to pick out the support while his jungler was rotating out back to safety as Kanavi will take a very safe base.
I don't really know what Hong was doing there, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm...
you took some time to think. You know, like, yeah.
I was trying to see if I could rack up a case, you know, to defend him with, but I got nothing. I got nothing.
It's fine. It's just a happy little support death. Only happy little accidents here for Hong.
True.
We'll see if he can find those big round engages later on in this one. As still, Top Esports wanted to keep this game a little bit slower. 1k gold deficit, not exactly ideal for them, but I think the scaling they have in the comp with the Victor, with the Kaisa is quite nice, and those two are sitting pretty in this game.
Yeah. One item spikes are now coming online for a majority of the champions here on the Rift. Rod of Ages completed for Cream's Victor. Sundered Sky for both of our junglers here. Kraken Slayer was already done for JackieLove a little bit ways ago, but is not completed the tier 2 boots, whereas Pays, took that detour, is opting in for the collectors since it is the serrated dirt plus the pickaxe. Don't think it will be a serpent thing. Wow, but with that collector and the crit scaling, will allow Pays to still scale into the later stages of the game decently once he gets toward that Infinity Edge power spike as well. JDG trying to play around the second dragon. Wink and Pays trying to do their best to maintain mid-prio as the teleport is coming in from Cream.
See what kind of Talia wall we get at the moment. Scout actually being fooled a bit by 369. That's a nice engage.
Oh, nice find. Death charge. It's the flash out of JackieLove. He's able to position away back to safety.
Chonked.
Killer Instinct is still available. And the dragon that was attempted by Kanavi is forced to drop it. As now JDG will get a chance to take position in the river with the committed teleport from Xiaoshu.
I like the engage from Shun because you chunk a member that can't get back. Like, if you chunk 369, he could have TP'd back, but by chunking JackieLove, he's forced to base, so it doesn't lead to any kills, but is an objective secured here as the Infernal Drake is taken, and we'll see what type of soul we get on the Rift. Ocean Soul hits the Rift. Ocean Soul is just a state of mind. Cream doing his best to clear out this wave, knows that the troops are coming.
Good knockup. Cream tries to flash away towards the south, but I'm not sure what he is delaying for because Xiaoshu is so tanky that he can absorb quite a number of turret shots, and that guarantees JDG will pick up another kill onto Cream's Victor.
Race for first brick is on as plates have fallen. Kanavi spotted by a ward here. Oh, okay. Got Pays' flash. He had the 3 Talon Strike prepped. Well played by Kanavi. And a good summoner spell take away from Pays. First brick.
Yeah, a good patience by Kanavi. I can imagine that once Hong connects with the stun, he can go back in for the confirmed knockup just to get that chain CC layering so that Pays has no way to escape. But flashing the Q stun, he'll at least be able to preserve his life and not drop a death so far against Top Esports. And we still arrive at the same story where JDG, despite all of the early game advantages that they are finding for themselves, it's still just under 2,000, if not 1,000 gold advantage for themselves. Maybe with this turret picked up for Scout. Oh no. Oh no, Scout! He doesn't have Weaver's Wall! Okay, he does. All right.
Okay.
Flash Weaver's Wall. He did it.
It has not been a good series for Scout. It has not been a good split for Scout. We're hoping things improve.
Oh boy.
At least he got out. Still not great.
Yeah, you
Rift
know.
Herald started though. Cream can't respond. There's
Here
no
we-
TP on the Victor. I think this is given. It's
we
positives
go.
for JDG.
Yes. Only looking up from here. Cream will get a chance to push in this wave uncontested while Scout just goes for some crow cams. But as you called out, the Rift Herald is secured for JDG. Now the rest of Top Esports are taking up position in this bottom quadrant. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you know what? Big Kruk only gave away 19 gold. It could be worse. Cream with unchallenged priority as the victor will get another turret for the side of Top Esports. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the third dragon of the game while JDG picked up for themselves another turret, and they didn't use the Rift Herald for it, so they'll still have a chance to look somewhere else on the map to try and get these gold injections and try and accelerate the pace of the game for themselves here.
Trinity Force Gnar should be coming in pretty soon. Probably next base. Should definitely help against Casante. Still probably can't move him yet, but 369 has amassed some more resources on himself. Meanwhile, that's
Big
good
crash
find.
down onto Wink. Yeah, Nautilus is blown up and Pace.
Got
Remember, he
Pace,
doesn't
no
have flash
flash.
from before. Top Esports, easy secure onto 2.
I feel like Top was known, or it was known that Top was there, and it's just JDG refusing the cross map. Walked into a side of the map that wasn't theirs. Top, they put the time and resources to get there first. They tried to force, and that's a nice find by Hong. It forgives some of his sins, picked up the Nautilus. Meanwhile, though, Jackie Love, he's down flash, down Killer Instinct, and he is the target.
EQ doesn't quite land though, and the seismic shove is sidestepped as
This
well
is
because
good.
Jackie Love is too fast. Xiaoshu goes with the all-out on the Kanavi. He doesn't have a flash either, but 369 buying space as Mininar, by the way. The Death Charge connects onto Jackie Love, and Xiaoshu is committing the flash into the backline, but he cannot get enough damage onto Kanavi or Jackie Love. Both of them survive, and the rest of JDG are just forced to give space over to Top Esports.
Why is JDG opting into a 4v5, Rafa? Like, you should be able to time some of these TPs. I know that Jackie Love down Killer Instinct, down Flash, but with the help of all of his friends around him. And you're signing up for a 4v5 with no Scout.
Matt, I would love to know the answers to those questions. Unfortunately, I've been asking similar questions all Split long, and half of the time during Split 2, so you understand the pain I'm in as we take a look back at the replay.
You know what? You can wait for someone to show mid before you walk in here. I think that's the right answer for JDG. Scout was showing bots, so again, no one was here, and then this next fight, you're signing up to fight without your Aphelios. I misspoke, it said Scout. No Aphelios. I just don't think this fight ever exists. I mean, look at the ability for Victor to hold the wall, that gravity well. Took down 2, and Top Esports, as long as they never walk through that choke, they aren't under any real threat. JDG couldn't push for any fight past that brush, and
Yeah.
I don't know what we're signing up for. Again, like JDG, I think the real concern is, yeah, we've seen some disconnect in terms of how they execute plays, but where's the connect in like what plays we should be executing as a team? Like, why are we signing up for 4v5s, being down numbers like this? This is not characteristic of any of the top teams we have from LPL. As I think one of the best traits of this region is their ability to push numbers advantages, not sign up for number disadvantages.
Whether that question will be resolved or answered in this game, who knows? Top Esports will defend the charge from taking the turret out completely. As Kanavi is now forcing the engage on the JDG.
Oh.
Good slam by 369 with the wall. Look at Jackie Love. Perfect Kaisa with the Killer Instinct positioning.
GG.
As he can just find an isolated 1v1 into Shun. 369 might get dropped by Xiaoshu. No! He hops over the wall and he 369! Oh my god, 369 is just curb stomping them, and he's Fortnite dancing on them too. JDG suffer a massive ace. It's a triple kill for Jackie Love. Wrap this one up. I'm ready for this series to be over.
Oh, JDG, they went on a scouting mission to find God, but sadly, God was missing, as JDG can't come up with anything against Top Esports. And I mean, what is this showing from JDG? This is just not the team that we're used to seeing, even with some of the struggles we saw from Split 2. And disengaged into 369. You're throwing a Weaver's Wall and a Cataclysm, and Nars way up against a rock at a hard place, quite literally, as 369 throws you into a wall. Jumps over a wall later on to escape any signs of death. And what's the execution? What's the plan here for JDG? I don't know. These are not winning plays that we're taking. And then we're getting styled out of the back half.
Oh my goodness, bro. I'm at a loss for words. The audience, the Top Esports fans are having a blast, you know? And they absolutely deserve to be having a blast because their team is killing it and they're styling on JDG right now. This is such a tough series to watch if you are a JDG fan. And I know many JDG fans in the Twitter space, Matt, and
I don't think you're going to be hearing from them after this series.
No, and I'm going to check in on them and just make sure that they're doing okay and they've got some comfort food and,
my old friend.
That, sometimes this is just the woes of supporting an LPL team. This is the woes of supporting a team that you have, a lot of passion and a lot of attachment to, because sometimes this is just how it goes. This is how it goes, but it's always never a fun trip to endure when it does happen.
The last time I tweeted about JDG, it was at the end of last split, and I said that they should probably go to Galveston, which is a running joke in NBA Twitter, where it's when you don't play good enough to go to Cancun and vacation. I don't think they ever left Galveston.
Oh my goodness.
They might have left a few members behind. It doesn't feel like JDG ever left Galveston.
Oh, man. Well, JDG are definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board, and I'm curious to see who their next opponent will be, because if they want to improve morale fast, they gotta hope that they're playing against FPX next. That will be a chance for them to, try and be like, all right, guys, let's bring it back. Let's work on, getting a feel-good series in for ourselves, or at least ones that we don't get absolutely astro-glided on. Because it's just so crazy that JDG had some decent early game looks, and now it's all been dashed away in a matter of minutes. As Scout's going to look for the Weaver's Wall. Cream is isolated with Hong on the right side, but the dredge line doesn't quite hit. Seismic Shove does slick him back. Hong and 369 looking for Scout. He flashes away from the Mega Gnar ulti, but Jackie Love in the middle for three members, but Kanavi joins him as well, and maybe ensuring that Paze goes down. Scout now completely isolated, and yep, that's it. Done and dusted. Top Esports finding another massive win. Not a complete five-man ace. Shun was able to escape, but Top Esports, man, these guys are just killing it on the Rift today.
JDG, nowhere to be found as Top Esports. They continue to cruise, look like the strongest team we have so far in Group Ascension, one that hasn't been tested. I don't think they've played the teams yet. Feels like BOG and AL still the teams to beat coming out of MSI, but Top Esports, again, the team we sent to the Split 1 International that disappointed the LPL, looking to earn the right to return to the international stage to try and compete at Worlds. Looking pretty good, doing so against JDG, another team with international hopes that looks like those hopes are pretty far away from being able to execute. I mean, the conditions coming into this fight already pretty grim. Really forcing around the Otacon, and Hong couldn't sync up with 369, but did get the flash out of both carries of that engage, and any chance to win a fight with both carries flashing into the enemy team in that position. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good take from Hong, and a pretty tough fight for JDG to win.
Yeah. Really love the synchronicity from both Kanavi and Jackie Love once they both spotted Scout and Paze burning their flashes from the engage of 369 and Hong, that they knew we have to do this together or not at all. And once Jackie Love sends it with the killer instinct, Kanavi will just as enthusiastically join his AD carry brother into finishing off the squishy carries of JDG. And now, They're ahead around 9,000 gold, almost at 10,000 gold, point of no return, but with the objectives on their hands and the Otacon secured as well, this feels like even more of a devastating gold advantage. And I mean, Cubby, we were convinced that the game was over even before that fight. It was on the top side of the map where 369 got out with literally less than 50 HP. So, I don't know. JDG, 2 item Aphelios, 2 item Talia. I don't want to say there's hope, but, you know, is there a 1%? Is there a 1% chance?
No.
Never mind. Never mind.
Goodbye, Wink. you blink and you miss Wink going down.
Yeah. Someone had to face check onto the top side of the map as Baron did spawn, and Kanavi is just making sure that no one from JDG will get a chance to peek their heads into it. Scout is going to go for a quick pick onto 369, who's about to go into mini form, so will not have access to Mega. Attempts to throw a house. Slows Scout briefly, but a teleport is now coming in. Look at this. Top Esports are going to commit to 2 different plays. Cream is going to try to bail out 369 to make sure that he escapes. Cataclysm already used. 369 will eventually get bursted out by Paze's Aphelios. The big shutdown bounty. Cream and Hong are going to try to turn this fight around as Cream is just stalling for time, but the Baron was already secured by Jaculav and Ganavi on the other side of the map.
Paze has decent guns to try and heal back up, but I don't think there's going to be any Dragon contest. As Top Esports hanging around to make sure it's not a quick start for JDG is, yeah, the rest of the members just returning the lane. I mean, that Dragon's pretty null and void. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things as this game continues to go closer and closer to Top Esports' way. Decent look from JDG to get something, but I'm looking at the scoreboard and I see Paze down a full Nashor's Tooth to the Kaisa, and still think things are pretty grim.
At least for JDG's sake, they can say that, hey, we have slowed down the Ocean Soul for Top Esports. Whereas Top Esports are saying to themselves, I think we were going to win this game before we even got to Ocean Soul.
If I'm Top Esports, I'm making dinner plans right now. Let's be honest. Guys, where are we going after this? We just baptized JDG. Is it barbecue? Is it some Heidi Wow? Is it what do we got going on?
I don't know if they. I don't know if they probably have different names for the hot pot.
Heidi Wow is big over in China. I do know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the hot pot ball. You know.
I don't know exactly what it's like, if it's called Heidi Wow or something else over there, but.
Okay,
again,
listen, my producer Kai is about to roast me, but I've never been to a Heidi Lao before, so I was not familiar with it as like a brand. I thought, yeah, I have no knowledge on it, but you know, yeah, they can go to Heidi Lao, they can go to a barbecue place, they can do whatever they want. Top Esports have definitely put in the work to put a closing bow on this series as Wink tries to send it onto Cream, knowing that he does not have Flash. He doesn't have Stasis either. Not enough damage, though, from Paze on the Moonlight Vigil to finish off this Victor. Xiaoshu falls next. Shun has already bitten in the dust, and now it's down to the 2 squishy carries and Scout and Paze to try and defend and make a miracle out of it, but I think we all know how this story will end. Top Esports were very dominant in games 1 and games 2. Not even a chance for JDG to bring this one back from the brink as Paze is forced to flash away from the 3-talon strike. As Top Esports will look to pad the KDA, pad the stats, and make sure that it's another ace just for damn good measure. Top Esports going to clean this series 2-0 against JDG.
I mean, just 2 blastings of JDG as Top Esports ensures that we have an early night, Rafa, going home here at the LPL. Our show started 2 hours and 30 minutes ago. Or 3 hours and 30 minutes ago. We had 4 games and 4 stomps thanks to EDG and Top Esports. Taking care of business against the competition, Top Esports remains atop Group Ascension. And the questions remain for JDG about where this team is at and where this team is going to go.
For JDG fans, it is a quite heavy concern. It would be one thing if these individual performances came out of nowhere, but they have been lurking in the backs of JDG's fans' minds ever since Split 2. And they have been hoping that it was, you know, maybe only temporary flashes, some hiccups from here and there, but this has been starting to become less of a anomaly and more of a persisting occurrence for JDG. And even though they made roster changes in the support role, which I think, you know, was understandably made, trying to get in Wink and, you know, let Missing go. Xiaoshu for Ala. We'll see how that pans out. Looked like Xiaoshu was trying to do his best to make an impact in this game.
Yeah, this one's not on him.
I don't have any quarrel with the new roster additions. You know where my quarrel lies with that. So
I mean, I think Scout between the 2 games was down 5 levels. Not a great look.
Hope morale improves and hope JDG can really tie it together. And the reason why we're so bent on this, y'all, is we want LPL domestically to be as competitive as possible so that when they go to the international stage, they have been tested, or they will have been tested by the best that the other teams that played against them could offer, so that they are ready against the best teams in the world. Most of them are going to be challengers from LCK. You know, I want to see LPL throw down.
I mean, dude, if JDG is playing like this, they should not. The last thing they should do is worry about LCK. Let's get that straight.
No, that's what I'm saying. But
yeah,
I'm also saying
it's
for the
not
sake
good.
of. But for the sake of a team like Top Esports, who currently is at the top of Group Ascend right now and is on track to be one of those teams that goes to Worlds, I want them getting challenged and tested. I don't want them just... I mean, if they're rolling over teams and JDG, you know, was playing better, I would be okay with it. But they're not. So that is where my frustration lies, Matt.
I think that's where everyone's frustration lies, Rafa,
Yeah.
if you're a JDG fan, because it has been a struggle over there. On the flip side, for Top Esports, you have to give credit to them and how they've incorporated Hong into the roster. Feels like there have been no blips, only wins so far. And again, they haven't faced the teams we expect to be wrapping up Group Ascension towards the top yet, but at the moment, Top Esports does sit atop of the standings, 4-0, and looking pretty good.
Yeah. And now for JDG, I think, you know, the teams that you're looking at to try and beat, if, you know, Top Esports completely dismantle and roll you over like this, I think JDG are going to have problems against BLG. AL are currently winless in their series, but they dropped them to both BLG and Weibo. So I'm not sure. JDG have already dropped a series to IG. They won WE. So to me, really the only series on paper that is going to be a good morale booster for them will be against FPX. But I do want to see JDG improve their overall gameplay and just whether it's a communication issue or just understanding what is their win condition and how they can proactively execute those win conditions, right? Because I think one of the big things you pulled up...
I mean, how can they just not get themselves in crap spots? Like, there are so many... Like, why are we putting ourselves in crap spots? I think for me, like, JDG, that's where the real concern is. This is a game... You're a 5-1 in this game. Like, you can make plays with Jarvan, Talia, Nautilus, and... The plays we saw attempted were not good. We saw Top Esports find better plays playing from behind, and then the way the JDG tried to play out of that is opt into a 4v5 with terrible conditions. Like, they're forcing stuff where they have no setup for it, and they're not playing well enough as individuals to get any setup for it because they're failing, like, in lane or failing at other parts of the game where they just cannot play. So, yeah, like, it is frustrating if you're JDG, and these are not issues that you should be having, but, man, I mean, Scout needs to step up. Other members of this team needs to step up, but I really feel like it's impossible to not talk about Scout's performance with JDG and it being a synonymous kind of downfall. Because Scout has really struggled in Splits 2 and now Split 3. And, I mean, he's playing for a team that just paid, like, a filthy amount of money to make sure he can continue to play and, like, get out of the lawsuit, right? So it's kind of criminal that Scout's playing like this, especially given, like, what JDG just did for him in the offseason. Let's be honest.
That's why at the end of game 1 I said unacceptable, right? So this is... I will just await to see what the future holds in store for JDG. And, you know, for the sake of JDG fans, hopefully this is just a blip. And later on in Split 3, JDG will turn things around. And, you know, this will all be something that we can laugh about. But
that's a sick play we just opted into JDG, man. I don't know how we didn't win that one. Oh, God. It's grim. I mean, this EDG looks better than this team right now, Rafa. You're not wrong about that.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a world where JDG, which I thought at the beginning of this split, I had 6 teams all on paper should be contending for world spots. AL, BLG, Top Esports, JDG, IG, and Weibo. All on paper, they should be good enough. And then you can throw in WE as a dark horse because they technically took out 2 of those teams on their way through the lower bracket to make it to a 4th place finish in Split 2 playoffs. So I wouldn't mind even seeing WE as a total of 7 teams that should all be competitive with each other. Right now, you know, I can rescind WE because they haven't, you know, found a great series win yet. But for JDG, this is really disappointing because I was expecting them to still be in that group of 6. So now,
Yeah,
JDG feels like they're in the group with WE and FPX, who now they're trying to make sure they're not ending up in group or 8th place and then getting bopped by EDG on their way out of Group Nirvana into playoffs.
I mean, we'll see. I do think that at least what we've seen from JD Gaming so far, I mean, I came into the day being like, you know what, there's some disconnect that we see. It's kind of obvious. I think that these plays are easily fixable if we, you know, fix X, Y, and Z. I do not feel better about that after this series against Top Esports. I feel like we're further from the answer, which is not a great sign. But, of course, Top Esports, still one of the teams that you have in contention for Worlds. This JD Gaming roster should be in contention for Worlds. I know at the start of the year, a lot of people looked at, like, IG versus JDG, and were like, you know, we feel like JDG is probably going to finish higher up in the standings than IG overall. Not the case where we're at right now. IG, we take their result from last split, they're at Worlds for this next upcoming split. And IG does look like they're off to a good start, beating JDG like a drum in their 2-0. So, yeah, it's very different directions for teams we thought would kind of be in different places at the start of the year for 2 orgs that built very competitive rosters. And one's working out and one is not. So curious where JD Gaming goes back to with this one.
Yeah. I do want to give flowers over to Top Esports before we close out the show because, you know, this was still another very, it was a great domination over JDG, a roster on paper that should be, you know, aiming higher. And even though, yes, they are performing way below our expectations and where they should, given the individual strength on this roster, Top Esports still did them away. And, you know, should be proud of that. Jackie Love, monster performance on the Kaisa. The rest of the team was able to set him up for success. I still think 369 should have gotten shoutouts, not only on the Ornn game, but also now this Gnar game, being able to just make JDG look silly multiple times. But Top Esports is a legitimate team to be excited for. Again, in terms of domestic success, they're at the top of the Group Ascend standings. In fact, I don't know if it's necessarily on a run a show, but I would love to show the standings just to show where everyone is at after both of our series tonight. EDG sitting at 4-0 with Group Nirvana. Top Esports sitting at 4-0 in Group Ascend. Weibo, BLG, and IG all right on their tails, not having yet played as many series, at least for IG and BLG. Things could change once they start getting more games under their belt. I think looking forward, Matt, I want to see what happens not only with JDG, but also with Anyone's Legend, because they're currently winless in their opener 2 series of the split so far.
Yeah, I mean, we expect some things to change there, right? I don't think AL is going to finish the entire split winless. But
yeah.
Still, maybe an MSI hangover. I think rightfully so for some of the teams. And to be fair to AL, they don't have a new shiny jungler to, you know, buff their morale up. So, you know, they're sticking with Tarzan, which I guess is a debuff here in the LPL.
Yeah, my hope is that it's just international burnout at the time being, and
a couple oopsies. I mean, it was a close series. The one series they played was close. Weibo, yeah.
Yeah. But both of their series, they had strong game 1 openers, and then they, you know, surprisingly got dunked in games 3, and then games 2 looked, you know, pretty competitive. But ladies and gentlemen, and gamers alike, that does it for our show tonight. An exciting back-to-back 2-0 series scoreline for both EDG and Top Esports. Shout outs to them for making it an early night for me and Cubby. But we also want to give a huge thank you to our elite coffee supporters in Aaron Soup, Mong, Force Without, and owner of Cimmeril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day, every night. Again, Matt, before we close out the show, any last words or shoutouts you would like to leave our audience with?
No, I had fun. I'm back tomorrow behind the scenes working social media. So if you get any surprises on social, should be good. But no, outside of that, tune into Hotline League tomorrow. That's going to be a special episode of Hotline League. So I hope to see you guys there.
Oh, nice. And for those tuning into LPL tomorrow, it's going to be Ultra Prime taking on LGD and then FPX versus IG. So some fun ones to catch for both Group Nirvana and Group Ascend. Until then, y'all, stay safe, stay healthy, and see y'all next time.